Hello, wrestling fans. Good evening to you. It is, at least in the UK, a quarter to midnight, which will mean a quarter to 7 over in the Eastern Standard Time for the US. And we are en route to WWE Summerslam. We only have 1 hour of pre-show for once, which is unusual for SummerSlam. And we are expecting a 3.5 hour show, meaning in total we're looking at 4.5 hours, a little less than the 6 hours I initially expected, which is good. It means I might get to sleep tonight. It means I might get to sleep. I am already starting to promote on Twitter that we are currently active and currently talking wrestling. For those who don't know, I am Tom Collique. I am currently presenting the watch party for SummerSlam. I'm on both Twitch and on YouTube, and I will be your host for this evening's festivities. We've already got a few people here. Kayla Whiteside says, I can't wait. Welcome, Kayla. Glad to see you. Supercard is here saying hello. Welcome, Supercard. Dominic Perez is here saying, do you know what's going on with the Money in the Bank? Yes, it's currently in Baron Corbin's possession, but it belongs to Big E. Buzzy is here as well saying hello there. Hello, Buzzy. How are you? And Ethan's here as well. You all right, mate? So we already have people starting to filter in. Supercard's asking how I'm doing. I don't know if you guys can tell, but my voice is raspy as hell. I am genuinely struggling with my voice at the moment. So I've made myself a little bit of honey in my drink today. And hopefully that will make a big difference. My day job at the moment is in a call center, and it's a bit painful. So hopefully, fingers crossed, everything works out. Sean Garner is here, says, will there be a kickoff match? Yes, I believe the kickoff match is likely to be Alexa Bliss versus Eva Marie. That sounds like a kickoff match to me. At the moment on the WWE Network, if you have it, of course, they are showing SummerSlam 2016, John Cena versus AJ Styles. Good times. Very good times. This is, of course, just after they officially became SmackDown, as it were, which is fun. Always a good time. Supercard says, have you seen that Fightful reported 2K22 is being delayed until March? I did not see that, but that sucks. The hell is the point of a game that keeps getting pushed back? It's not going to be 2K22 anymore. It's going to be 2K23. You can't have a yearly game that isn't released on time. You can't. They've had 2 years to work on this. They still have nothing to show for it. It's not good. It's not good at all. Oof. Oh, my throat is rough. Well, thank you for bringing us that new Supercard. I haven't personally seen that. Ugh. Jake says we're supposed to find out more about 2K22 tonight, and I'm sure we will. Maybe they'll be announcing the delay. Maybe they'll be announcing roster. Who knows? They've had to change the roster like 15 times already because they keep releasing people. By the time we get to March, no one's going to be there. Brendan says still can't get over Punk. Like, holy shit. Indeed, right? Indeed. Punk is back. People are hyped up for it. And, this is definitely putting AEW even more on the map than they already were. It's a very good choice. Bill says hello. Welcome, Bill. How are you doing, mate? Pardon me. So, yes, for anyone who hasn't spotted, my voice is a little bit raspy, and I apologize for that, but hopefully I'll be able to push through for the majority of SummerSlam. Jay Quick says AEW said checkmate to WWE. Not checkmate. We're not a checkmate yet. Check, sure. Checkmate? Nah, not in your life. Brandon says, I don't believe 2K22 will have been delayed when they've been working on it for so long. Why don't you believe that, Brandon? What's making you think that's unusual? Sean says, is Sasha wrestling tonight? She is booked and has been announced to wrestle tonight. Until she actually gets in the ring, we can't know 100%. Brandon says, I take back what I originally said. I'll definitely be tuning into AEW for Punk now. There you go. See, that's the thing. Once you actually get in there and it actually happens, it changes everything. I'll be interested to see what they do with him at this point because there's a lot of options available. But I think it will gain them a lot of viewers. Just a lot of extra viewership, and that's all they really want from it. Of course, tonight is WWE Summerslam, supposedly their big relaunch, supposedly a mid-year WrestleMania, and yet the hype has been completely stolen by AEW and CM Punk, which, by the way, he will be very, very proud of. He'll be very happy about that. Michael's here saying, hi, Tom. Welcome, Michael. Glad to see you, mate. And Buddy's saying AEW is beginning to feel WCW all over again. Well, WCW did beat WWE for 84 weeks in a row, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. Brandon says the war has officially begun. WWE will bring out all the stops now. I'll be very surprised if we don't see Becky and Brock tonight. I wouldn't say that's likely, but there's definitely going to be something happening. Definitely going to be something happening to try and counter it. It's not all about Logan Paul, although Logan Paul is genuinely an attempt to counter it. As regards Becky, I did speak about Becky at Spoiler Warning yesterday. Anyone who missed the information that I shared about Becky, you might want to check it out for reasons. You Know the Deal, what a name, says SummerSlam opens up a Cult of Personality playing and Vince comes out. That would be a real huge troll that would get people changing the channel. I mean, I'm not entirely against the concept, let's be honest. Sean says, why is SummerSlam on a Saturday? The arena wasn't available on Sunday, so they went with Saturday. Jake Quick says, if 2K22 can't come out, 2K need to get out of the wrestling game industry. We have to wonder how much of this isn't their fault and how much of this is WWE changing their minds, because WWE are making the decisions here. Let's not forget, there's more than one person involved in this, and it's very, very telling that if it is getting cancelled, it's very telling how much they've had to make changes. For anyone who isn't aware, what we tend to do here is what we like to do is quote tweet my announcement tweet. I'm going to post let me know if you've lost me. I should be audible now. It's hard to tell sometimes where technology is working at the moment. Audio, the microphone is unplugged randomly and then plugged straight back in. Strange. Anyway, what we tend to do in these shows, and one of the main reasons we've been growing as quickly as we have recently, is when I put a tweet out announcing the show is happening, I ask people to quote tweet it. I will then retweet those quote tweets, and that will help to create a buzz. So if you're interested in doing that, please go ahead and click the link to the tweet and give us a quote tweet. It won't be instantaneous, depending on how many people do it. I'll queue it and queue it and queue it, and slowly but surely we end up with ourselves a nice big viewership. That's one of the reasons we've been so successful lately. So if you can do so, please consider doing it. The user is here saying, hi, mate. Welcome, the user. Glad to see you. Also says, I've got to say it, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. I feel very confident that we're going to be hearing that a lot at SummerSlam. A lot. You Know the Deal says, swerve the night. Lily wins the 24/7 belt. That would be a horrible, horrible swerve. A horrible, horrible swerve. And might well happen. Brock March, the second person to say, is Sasha wrestling tonight? Sasha is booked and has been announced and advertised to wrestle. We don't know for certain that she is wrestling until she wrestles. Kura said, this is hilarious. The city of Vegas is mad that SummerSlam is happening today because boxing is a bigger guaranteed ticket. I wouldn't say the city of Vegas is mad. Why would they be mad? I don't understand the reference there. Brandon says, I don't believe it'll be delayed as they've been working on it for 2 years. There's no logical reason for them to delay it unless something really bad has fucked up development so late on. Also, if it was delayed, I don't think they'd wait till SummerSlam and create hype over it just to announce it's been delayed, which they know will piss the entire fan base off and put many people off getting the game straight away. By the end of the night, we may know, one way or the other, whether it's been delayed or not. That's the big question. We'll be waiting to find out whether it's been delayed or not till the end of the night. Dan the Gemini's here says, just the lack of a Becky troll tweet has got her trending already. Absolutely, that's the Becky move. But as I say, I did mention Becky yesterday at Spoiler Warning, and anyone who hasn't heard that may want to check it out. Dylan says here, for the best party of the summer, except that it's the wrong summer. Bloody hell. You're right, Dylan. How you doing, mate? Moxie's here as well, saying hello. Welcome, Moxie. Great to see you. Kuro says, but the city also refused to ask the Raiders to move off-season practice 1 day forward to accommodate the WWE event. Yeah, they didn't have to because WWE could just have Saturday. I don't... Like, they can just wrestle the day before. I don't see that big an issue. Wrestling on a Saturday is not the worst thing in the world, you know? Brandon says, I can't stop watching Punk's entrance last night. I'll be honest, that was probably the loudest pop I've ever heard. Could hardly even hear the theme music. It was that loud. Very special moment that will go down in wrestling history. Very, very true. And there will be more moments like that. If you haven't already seen, Dave Meltzer has got a scoop today. He's saying that AEW are looking to sign Bray Wyatt. Didn't we talk about that yesterday? Jada was here saying, I just got on her delay. Can I get a quick recap on that? Well, apparently, news that people brought in here and sourced Fightful are reporting that WWE 2K22 has been delayed until at least March. Is it really 2K22 if it's in March 2022? They're supposed to come out before the year when it's actually announced, you know? They're supposed to come out before. So that's the news at the moment. Brandon says SummerSlam kicks off at 1 a.m. It does indeed. The kickoff show starts in just 5 minutes. Kuro said they told WWE to make SummerSlam shorter because boxing, though, so they created their own problem. That's not really an issue, though, is it? Once again, it's not really an issue. A shorter SummerSlam will probably would be better received anyway. Once again, they've been doing shorter pay-per-views over the last few months anyway. It's not really a big deal as far as I'm concerned. It may be a big deal backstage, but personally, I don't really see an issue with it. Moxie says Becky needs to return because CM Punk went to AEW. She doesn't need to return. She does not need to return. The WWE, after all, still have Cena, who is a strong draw in his own right. They still have Reigns, who's a strong draw in his own right. They still have Sasha Banks. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. They will survive CM Punk. Someone 7 says, hey, Tom, excited for SummerSlam? Moderately. Welcome, Someone 7. Moxie says Becky or Brock. Personally, I'm more of a fan of Becky, but I'm also a fan of Brock, so it all works out. Obviously, WWE didn't make it shorter, but the city tried to tell them. They have made it shorter. SummerSlam typically is 4 hours or longer. At the minute, it's booked for 3.5. That's shorter. Last year, they literally put Payback on a week later so they could have SummerSlam twice. J-Dub says, I'd rather a delay than the debacle it was 2K20. Yep, absolutely. Brandon says Punk had like 5 things in relation to him trending all over Twitter, and by the end of the day, most of them have gone because Twitter is based on what's trending now. SummerSlam will overtake him tonight. Omega says, Tom Collahue. Welcome, Omega, mate. Yamakani says, I have someone who asks this every single show. Where's Ronda Rousey? Pregnant. She's pregnant. She's having a baby. She cannot wrestle. Different mic. Apparently not. I had a mic issue earlier, so I'll check that. But my audio is not fantastic because I have a very sore throat. I am not sounding as I normally do, unfortunately. All of the exertions recently, all of the shows that I'm doing, plus working in the call center for the day job, is knackering my throat. So it may just be that I'm unfortunately sounding a little different. Dylan says, oh, we're talking Punk today. We're going to be talking Punk every day, and you know this. Can't wait to see him Wednesday live. You must be really excited for that. The user says, what's the latest news about SummerSlam? It's about to start. Becky Lynch may or may not be backstage. She may or may not have new ring gear. Sasha Banks may or may not be backstage. She is. And in addition to that, when we talk news, it's mostly as regards predictions and the like as well. Plenty of good things coming. The user says, I believe it was you who said Becky who is in attendance. Is that still true? Yes, I'm not the only one to say it, but I did say that Becky Lynch is planned to be in attendance at SummerSlam. As regards the actual possibility of appearing at SummerSlam, that's a different question. But I have shared some news about it on Spoiler Warning. Brandon says, Becky returning will be cool, but it won't be anything compared to Punk. We always knew she was coming back after giving birth. I'd be much more hyped for Brock rather than Becky, honestly, especially thinking of the feuds Brock could come into. Personally, I'm still here for Becky, and I do think that's on a par, if not bigger, than CM Punk, because Becky Lynch has greater casual reach than CM Punk does. Chris says, also what news people announced... nobody announced... Fightful have reported a rumor. Nobody announced that it was being delayed. There's really not any way to do that at this point until it's formally announced. Well, Fightful have reported the rumor. Oh, my voice is rough. Jadeb says, I really like CM Punk, but I was underwhelmed by his arrival last night. Nice to see him. Happy to have him back, and I'm not sure what I was expecting, but by the time it happened, I was just like, meh. Maybe the lack of surprise got you, mate. Unfortunately, that can happen. Katana pawns all is here and says, I know I'm in a minority, but I'm not a fan of Punk, and I'm tired of hearing his name. Anyone who's not a fan of Punk is genuinely sick of hearing about this guy, because if you're not a wrestling fan, he's all you heard about, and it's not that fun for anyone. So I get what you're saying. Is there any match on the Kickoff show? Yes, I believe the Kickoff show will feature Alexa Bliss and Eva Marie. But by Eva Marie, I of course mean Doudrop. Kuro says, probably based on 2K and Take-Two delaying other games in their lineup. Maybe, maybe not. Hard to say. But unless they've got an inside track, I would hope they don't report anything, honestly. Moxie said, Wrestling Inc. says that Bianca is favored to win against Sasha tonight. The gambling and betting odds do favor Bianca Belair. They do. I still very much think that Sasha's going to win, but that's always been my opinion and speculation on that part. I've always been honest that I'm speculating there. I've always been honest about that. What is interesting is that Wrestling Inc. are no longer reporting that, the match isn't happening. Emma Carney says, okay, miss her in the ring. Hopefully Rousey will be back after everything. We'll see. She did not have a great time in WWE. I think I've just got an email from Twitch about SummerSlam. They better not be about to try and sell me on somebody else's watch party. From Twitch, Summer Wrestling is heating up, they say. Our favourite wrestling streamers are providing their hot takes on the latest matches. So get your predictions ready. Yeah, they're trying to get me to go watch someone else's show. This is the benefit of being a partner. One day I'll be on the front page. Maybe. Brandon says, yeah, I do wish Punk's return was kept a surprise. They needed the ratings. They chose ratings over surprise here. Megan, welcome, says it wouldn't surprise me if the game is delayed. Studios would rather risk lost revenue over delay rather than having the game bomb for being less than complete. And they've got to nail this one. They've genuinely got to get this one right. It can't be like every game seems to be nowadays, where essentially they release a game and then 2 years later, they finish the game. It's a problem. Moxie thinks Sasha too. Fair enough. Kuro says, Wrestling Inc. is acknowledging the match is happening now. As of 11 a.m. today, they still said it wasn't happening. People change their minds. We are waiting to see what is actually going to happen here. Brandon says, I hope Edge and Sasha are on the cover for 2K22. I see no reason for it to be Edge. I think it's going to be Drew. Jada says, I think you nailed it. Lack of surprise is what killed it for me. I'm a Sting fan. When he walked out on AEW, I was genuinely surprised and excited. Some people really like that surprise, but unfortunately, nowadays, it's all about the rating. It's all about getting people through the door. So they didn't want the surprise. They didn't want people tuning in late. They wanted people tuning in way ahead of time. And honestly, the talk about CM Punk led to them having, 3 AEW Dynamites of more than 1 million viewership in a row? Hype works. Or is here saying, Mr. Collique, ready to see Rhea Ripley win tonight? Don't see it personally, but it's it could get worse. It could get a lot worse. I'm hoping Rhea Ripley wins, but I just think, unfortunately, her time on the roster hasn't been that good so far. The user says, are you watching on WWE Network? I'm watching on the WWE Network. Yes, I am watching on the WWE Network. Actually, BT did not crash yesterday during SmackDown at all. It was very strange. Dan says, Tom, use that voice for some voiceovers while you got it. Make some extra cash. I have heard good things about my my terrible, terrible voice, particularly when my voice is strange. Certain people are big fans of it. It's annoying to me, but hey, some people like it. Kuro says, I'm in my seat so I can be in stream. Well, Kuro, whatever works for you. I mean, I'm not going to tell you have to be here. You have fun. You have a great time. Brandon says, I think Charlotte's winning the title tonight for Becky to come out after it. I think if Charlotte does win, it's for the sake of Becky regaining it. Dylan says they're also pushing back to compete against AEW's future console game, I bet. I don't think 2K really consider that, but if, as I say, WWE are in the lead in that one, to be fair, so it could well be. Megan says it's the official Twitch sports channel team the email's advertising. Just read it. Yeah, I also read it. It gave me a direct link to someone who does watch parties for wrestling events. Yeah. One day. Omega says TNT got mad about the Sting surprise. Did they? Who reported that one? I didn't know that. Who reported that one? Moxie says, I see Charlou. Don't know who that is. Moxie thinks Charlotte's going to win. Charlotte is always favoured to win, Moxie. No matter what the match is, Charlotte is favoured to win. Brandon says, why is there no reason for Edge to be on the cover? It's Edge, because it's Edge. And I don't know if you know this, but Edge over the last 2 years, he's not been that good. He's not been all that exciting to me. This feud with Seth is the first time I've really actually enjoyed Edge's work since coming back. MB says, Becky's coming back tonight since the Raw Women's Championship match is second last. I think Flair will win and, of course, get loud boos and Becky returns for a belt of her biggest opponent. MB, will you be able to source that information, please? Who's reported that the Raw Women's Championship match is second to last? Moxie says, I don't want Becky to be champion yet. You might not get your wish, mate. Bailey says, what's Charlotte's longest recent term as champ? It seems like every title since 2019 or so have been very brief. Probably about 2 weeks, let's be honest. Either way, not long. Jermaine, sorry, one sec. Oh, Big E will take on Baron Corbin on the Kickoff show. That's an experience. Got him on the card at least. Jermaine says, hi, Tom. To me, you are one of the best newsmen in wrestling today. That's why I trust you in your info above all. Thank you, Jermaine. I really do appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Or he says, I love Rhea. I've overshot seen a lot of her. I don't get it. I apologize for making you explain a joke, but you may have to on that one. The guys on the Twitch sports team, I keep seeing these team things pop up. Oh, right, the teams. Right. Okay. I always forget that teams exist. I forget about those. Omega says, TNT being mad was a direct quote from Chris Jericho on Talk is Jericho. Fair enough. Fair enough. The user says, what culture new video is labeled WWE 2K22 delay until 2022? If that's true, the company is going downhill. What culture are just re-reporting a report from Fightful? They have no info themselves. Carissa, the kickoff is Big E versus Baron Corbin, and Megan confirms that is indeed the case. Ed says, I can't remember whom, but one of the big boys did report that TNT would like some things to happen and be hyped on TV. Bit of a nothing report, that, to be completely honest. I'm sure every TV show would like things to be hyped on their TV, but hey, the important thing is that it works. They got the ratings they wanted. I think at this point they needed a ratings boost because without being able to say, oh, but we're beating NXT, doesn't matter. You still need good ratings yourself. Brown says Edge is a big name. I mean, I'd say he brings more casuals to the game than Drew would. Yeah, casuals from 10 years ago. Casuals from the last 10 years? No. The people in the 18 to 30 demographic that WWE want, they don't follow Edge. Edge is like your 35, 40-year-olds. They're your Edge fans. Kura says, I need to know what happened with Reggie. He's just been MIA. Creative hiatus, probably. Dylan has given us an exact quote. Thank you very much, Dylan. From Jericho. When Sting was a surprise, they were like, don't do that again. That's why Paul White was announced on social media, because TNT said, we don't want surprises. We want to take advantage of the ratings. We had a big surprise, a big announcement, and we use a big announcement to announce the next big surprise. I think that's one of the reasons, too, to spread it out a little. Sounds very consistent with what they are doing lately. Ed says, Tom, you sound different tonight. Yeah, my voice is raspy as hell. I've completely lost my voice. And I'm just going to have to push through because talking is what I do for a living. MB says, it's going to be the same scene as 2 years ago between Becky and Flair. Remember, she will be 6-0 at SummerSlam tonight. Once again, that is pure speculation, MB. I appreciate your opinion, but you haven't sourced your previous information that you shared. So would you be able to source that information, please? Or he says, Charlotte's seen a lot. It's bad wordplay, to be fair. Yeah, I did not get it. I still don't entirely. The user says, did you see Murphy's new trailer and where do you think he's going? Not sure where he's going. At the moment, I don't believe he's going anywhere. But the new trailer helps him to pitch himself to new companies. Jermaine says, Rhea Ripley really needs to move to SmackDown and Bianca goes to Raw. It's the only way to save Rhea because she's going to drown over there on Raw when Becky comes back. That's very possible. I don't think she needs to move because, you know, if Bianca Belair's coming over, you can have a feud between Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair. When you want to move someone over, you're basically saying you need to change every possible opponent. Whereas that's not always the best way to do things. Moxie says, I want her to have a storyline like Edge saying that she never lost the title and get screwed by like Nia, then beat Nia, then win the title like no. No Saudi Arabia. Fuck Saudi Arabia. Fuck the whole damn thing. No. If she's going to win a title, win it on actual home soil, not in Saudi Arabia. The user said, would Big E be a good WWE champion? Yeah, probably. Wiggly is here saying, yo. And yo to you too. Megan says, to answer the question on Charlotte's longest reign, first NXT run at 258 days, and the Divas title run is next at 196, and her first run as SmackDown Women's title champion is third at 147 days. Nothing recent then. I am deeper. My voice is ruined. Brandon says, agree to disagree. Fair enough, mate. Respect that. Wiggly says, Asuka will return tonight and win both belts and the men's briefcase, then cash in on Goldberg and be WWE champion. Long live my Queen Asuka. She's not your queen, first and foremost. That is a weird thing to say, mate. Omega says, I know it won't happen, but I'm scared at the prospect of Goldberg winning tonight. I'll believe Lashley wins when I see it. Okay, so in a couple of hours, you'll believe it. The user says, what happened with the TNA title the other day? I don't believe there is a TNA title anymore. TNA does not exist. Moxie says, Sasha Banks said she would love to team with this Roman Reigns. Everyone would love to team with this Roman Reigns. Let's be fair, he is the god of all things. I'm not reading that, Wiggly. That's weird. Right, let's see what quote tweets we have. Ethan Hill says, looking forward to tonight. Let's quote tweet and retweet that one. We have another one from Bilsa. We have one from Dan. Oh, apparently it's my Twitter anniversary today. Ooh, it's my Twitter anniversary today. Nice. Everyone's going to be asking the same question today, aren't they? Everyone's going to be asking the same question. If you are currently watching over on YouTube, please do remember to click like on the video. I have a target today to hit a major milestone. That milestone is 685 subscribers. 685. So 3 more and we hit that milestone. That is a record milestone for me, and it's a big deal. Every like gives us a possibility of finding a new member of the future Collique community. So please, if you can, click like on the video. Carissa says, I have the network and stream pulled up on my phone because there's nothing to do during the pre-show for the live crowd. Fair enough, I'd imagine you are not the only person doing it. What happened to my voice? It's just gone to shit. There's nothing in particular that's happened. No one just opened my throat up and just started scratching the back trying to annoy me. It's just fallen apart over the last day or so. Watched too much football, that's what happened. Captain Buzzy said, CM Punk versus Darby Allin is one hell of a bout for All Out, and it should be a lot of fun to watch as well. Jermaine says, do you see Carmella and Zelina Vega interfering in the match tonight to help Sasha win the title tonight? Honestly, no. I think their only actual involvement will have been the 2 matches that they had this week. Thank you, Oriona, for subscribing to the channel. Very much appreciate that. Thank you very kindly. For those who don't already know, I'll just go on Twitch on this one. You can follow me on YouTube with the following. Need to do a cough again. Bear with me. Oh. 6 hours of this. It's gonna be tough. I missed one. Brandon says, can't wait for Punk versus Omega eventually. Maybe a while away. Honestly, I'm most excited for Punk versus Moxley. You can see my seat in the aerial shot. Nice. To be fair, in the aerial shot, we can see every damn seat in the place, basically. Wiggly's aside, Grealish finally scored. Finally, it's his second game. It's literally his second game. How elitist do you need to be, mate? Moxie says there's a sign saying McAfee equals ratings. I mean, it's wrong, but it's also kind of right. Brad says, nice start for Liverpool this season, 2 wins from 2 and 5 goal difference at current top of the table. Joined only by Brighton. Wiggly says, Asuka's been backstage at Raw. Yeah, but they still have nothing for her. That's pretty standard. But it's the second game of the season, Wiggly. He came on as a sub that one time. Yeah, wasn't he like 16 when he started at Villa? Calm down, mate. You just let people actually, get used to the team. It's not that hard. Or it shouldn't be. Okay, so they just announced that they were going to go to the hype package for the Raw Women's Championship. But they've cut in to talk about the SmackDown Women's Championship. Interesting. So yeah, they're still hyping this match. They are still hyping it. I'm currently drinking orangeade with wine in it. And a bit of honey. Because of my terrible, terrible throat. Brandon says, Grealish will flip at City. Should have stayed at Villa as a main man. Flop. I don't see that, largely because De Bruyne is not going to be at City much longer. He's not going to be. We have strange people in the alley behind my house. I think it's Dragon Guy. Jermaine says, do you think the Alexa Bliss match will have an impact on if Nikki wins tonight or not? Because if Nikki wins, Alexa could be then her next opponent and take the title from her. Possibly. I find it unlikely on the basis that it really depends on a lot of factors. I think Eva Marie and Alexa Bliss will not be wrestling tonight, and Alexa will continue to sort of pursue Eva Marie. So I think that storyline's going to go a little while longer. Also, of course, it depends on Becky Lynch. Moxie... The user says, who first broke the report of CM Punk in AEW? It depends. If you're saying who first announced that there was a contract negotiation, that would be moi. I was talking about that for months before it became headline news. Months. On spoiler warning. Moxie says, I think Big E cashes in today. I see it being Big E versus Roman at Survivor Series. Survivor Series is a long way away, mate. A long way away. Didn't say Alexa won't wrestle. Said Eva Marie won't wrestle. The user says, is Bryan Danielson still going to AEW? I have absolutely no idea. I have nothing on the subject, and there has only been one report stating that he will do so. I have no idea who any of those people are. Not a clue. Kura's saying, why not Goldberg? Because Goldberg's leaving after this. And Wiggly says, Goldberg will win tonight. He won't. He definitely will not. You're right, Dean, mate. How are you doing? How was your birthday? Oop. Or he says, I want to see Doudrop turn on Eva Marie. Me too. I wanted to see it from day one, but it's still happening, and it really winds me up that it's still happening. Goldberg does have 2 matches left next year, so he's leaving after this. And then he'll probably come back around Royal Rumble time. A champion who has 2 matches, both of which are next year, is not really worth having, is it? It'd be worse than Brock. And Brock was not very popular when he was doing that. Bailey says, I want to see Piper Niven turn on the Doudrop name. Also very true. Very true. Ed thinks Goldberg is going to win and Big E is going to cash in on him. I really don't think it's going to be that exciting a night, to be honest with you, mate. Yes, we've mentioned the name 2K22 a lot. A lot. Megan says, should have been career versus title, and I will keep arguing that point. Like I will keep arguing that Shayna should have won the Royal Rumble last year. Well, I mean, you kind of got career versus title. Kind of, just in the other championship. In the other one. Brandon says, grandkids stuff sending for each other that became big on YouTube, how cringe it was. They are both from Blackpool. Never heard of them. Thankfully, never intend to. Hector, welcome, says, Tom, did you casually mention that Meltzer mentioned Bray going to AEW? Well, I didn't, but now you've raised the question, I'll answer it. What's your opinion of this and would it work? Well, I actually mentioned this yesterday on Spoiler Warning. And when I mentioned it yesterday on Spoiler Warning, I discussed it then and basically said that it's very, very likely. And I think it's the best landing place for him, but I don't think signing him is the best thing for AEW. Starling says, what are the kickoff matches? Big E versus Baron Corbin. I think that's it. Buddy said, of course, a Goldberg win would be awful. It would. None of us are trying to not see the WWE title for the rest of the year. Very true. Megan said they put it in the wrong sodding title match. They did. They did. Fair enough, Wiggly. I know you've been reading the rumours. As I say, we did mention it yesterday on Spoiler Warning, and I always find it hilarious. I see a Fiend mask in the crowd. Someone's dressed as a Fiend, and I like that. I always find it hilarious when I share some news and then the next day someone else says it, so it makes headlines. Standard. Yeah, probably best. Cora says they very much see Bray going to NWA. He won't go there. They don't pay enough. NWA genuinely don't pay that much. It's a problem. Right, Sonya Deville suit watch. It's nice. It's a bit Riddler. Still nice. Larry is here and says, spoiler alert. I've tweeted AEW saying I'm prepared to sign with them for half of CM Punk's money. No reply yet. I expect they're busy at the moment, so I might not debut for a couple of months yet. Yeah, they need to hype you, Larry. They need to get the time to hype you. But half of that money, literally, I've got to be honest with you, you could live off one day of a CM Punk contract. Brandon says, mark my words, Vince will bring back James Ellsworth to compete with Punk going to AEW. I have marked your insane words, Brandon. I have marked the insanity. You guys, are absolutely ridiculous in all the best of ways, and I love it. Thank you for the comedy. Very much appreciated. Wiggly, you have no concept of hate. Not wanting Goldberg to win a championship does not mean I hate him. Much like not wanting Jack Grealish just to score in every game doesn't mean I hate him. Yeah, Goldberg was good in WCW days. That was more than 20 years ago. In fact, I think it was, 23, 24 years ago? He was good 23, 24 years ago. So was The Undertaker. Don't want to see him back either. His match with McIntyre was good. His matches with Brock Lesnar was good. It's just a case of, let's not have him win a championship. There's no point doing that. Ed says, I've chosen to keep my CM Punk thoughts to myself. For those who don't know, Ed recently fell afoul of Sasha Banks fans, and it was hilarious. Get the Tables is here and bringing in an immediate 100 bits. Thank you, says, enjoy SummerSlam and the return of Becky Lynch. Oh, is that little Dave Meltzer face laughing away? Oh, bless you. Bless you. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. I really do appreciate it. And it will, as you know, go towards a new streaming PC. So thank you. I hope you enjoy the show as well. I mean, it's SummerSlam. Are you doing a watch party today, Get the Tables? Kura says Goldberg still doesn't know how to wrestle. He's not at the level of the other people in the company. I think he does know how to wrestle, but I don't think he knows how to wrestle good enough to compete at the current level. Ooh. When am I debuting for Vince? When he essentially just throws enough money at me. I keep saying no. He keeps watching these streams, as you know. Kura says, even in WCW, he was a guy who was told spear and pin. Yeah, that's all he can really do, and that's still what he does. Wiggly says Goldberg versus DDP was his best match. I agree there. Again, the table says, yes, I am. Coming by to show some support before we start. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it. Another 100 bits is coming from Omegatron. Thank you, Omegatron. Very much appreciate it. And we have a new follow from Hype Polar 77. Welcome, Hype Polar. Thank you very much for following. We have, you'll be receiving notifications on Mondays and Fridays for Spoiler Warning, which is our wrestling news show featuring news that you don't get anywhere else. And of course, watch parties for Raw, SmackDown, and right now, WWE SummerSlam. Don't forget also, we will be live for NXT TakeOver tomorrow, which is genuinely being forgotten by basically everyone in the wake of the CM Punk news. At least SummerSlam's been competing. And I'll be joined by our very own Ed Fries on stream to keep you guys company. Wiggly says Goldberg doesn't wrestle, he destroys. He destroys and retires people. It's a problem. Any bold prediction for tonight? Becky? Becky's my bold prediction. We have had another 100 bits, this time from Dylan Tracy. Thank you very much. And that has launched ourselves a level 1 hype train. We are hype. It's my first hype train during a watch party. Thank you very much, Dylan. Thank you very much, Get the Tables and Omega as well. Every hype train has a possibility to make some major positives, a major difference to the way that we've been growing. This also has a lot to do with the speed at which we've been growing. So thank you very much for that. That's 10 bits from Get the Tables as well. 10 bits more from Omegatron. Bits are flying in. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, what we got? Well, yeah, a colon's a colon. It's not a good thing. So my wrestling name was Cerberus, the Hound of Hell. Three-headed dog. The user says, hey, Tom, how come CM Punk couldn't have the same intro for his theme which he had in WWE? He did, didn't he? He had cult of personality. Pretty sure he did. Jacob says, I have not forgotten about NXT TakeOver 36. How dare you? How dare I indeed? Omegatron is just shouting Dakota Kai. Oh, so close to the main roster. Wiggly is predicting Goldberg, which I'm going to remember, because when it doesn't happen, I'm going to laugh at you. Eddie's just throwing a lot of love wrestling heads at people. One of which is a dog. Kura says, I was just told to change my shirt by the guy I'm currently the boss of. What shirt were you... Pardon me. What shirt were you wearing, mate? If you're going to be on cam. Jermaine says they're really hyping up Bianca beating Sasha. The kickoff panel doesn't give Sasha a chance in this match, especially Sonya Deville and Jerry the King Lawler. Yeah, that kind of sells that it's likely to me. Now, did I miss? I did miss. Thank you very much, Brandon, for renewing your subscription. That's your third month having subscribed, and that launches the hype train up to 50% as well. Thank you very kindly for that continued subscription. I really do appreciate the amount of love that has been shown recently. It makes a massive difference to me, and I'm really grateful for it. Again, I thought you had that, but my stream wasn't exactly doing the job. Dylan with another 100 bits. Thank you very much. Dan the Gemini also joining the party with another 100 bits added to the hype train. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it, Dylan, Dan. You guys are basically funding my success lately, and I'm very grateful to all of you for being so generous and so giving. Wiggly says, I think he meant the CM Punk theme before Cult of Personality, which is awful. He did not. He did clarify that point, but I wouldn't say it was awful. I wasn't a big fan of it, but I wouldn't say it was awful. J-Dub says, Goldberg beats Lashley. Corbin cashes in the briefcase to beat Goldberg. Straight from MJF's cousin's best friend. Okay, well, now I have to completely swallow all the previous words, because obviously that's actually going to happen now. God damn it. I didn't want Wiggly to be right. Megan says, Becky's Twitter and Instagram are still conspicuously quiet and not trolling us, which is suspicious. Like, I don't trust it when Becky Lynch is not taking the piss out of us. Cora says, I was wearing a CM Punk shirt and they tried to tell me to change my mask, but I don't have a different mask. Well, that's kind of your own fault, isn't it? Kind of your own fault. Wiggly says, your voice is starting to sound more normal now. Maybe. Right, Maximus Decimus Meridius. Maybe it's just because I'm further away from the microphone. Who can tell? I'm very bassy right now. Brown says, you have my heart and now my subscription renewed, Tom. Oh, bless you. Bless you. That's lovely. Larry says, I have a prediction. Roman Reigns is going to lose, leave WWE, buy NXT, and start a war with WWE. I know it won't happen, but I want a prediction nobody else is doing. There's a reason nobody else is doing that one. But you know what? All power to you. I like that from Dylan as well. Sounds so much more fun than what they actually will do. So much more fun. So much more fun. Bill Sir, I am retweeting your quote tweet at the moment where you say, come here, Tom's new voice. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Really do appreciate it. Lovely. Great to see. Wonderful. Thank you, Brandon, for the 15 bits. Thank you, Dan, for another 100 bits as well. We have 5 seconds left of our level 1 hype train, and I have to say a massive thank you to everyone who has helped us to reach that level, who has helped us even to start a hype train, to fuel the hype train, everyone who has given so much to me and this show. I am eternally grateful for it. Wiggly says, I hear Roman is supposed to be taking some time off as he's concerned about rising COVID cases. No. What's your source on that, Wiggly? Jermaine says, thank you, WWE Kickoff panel. I really believe Sasha is winning the title back. This might be the easiest swerve of the night. Why? Because everybody's picking Bianca. Yeah, the fact that everyone's picking Bianca is suspicious. It really is suspicious. Corey says, I have to see how much I can slide by. CM Punk might be a difficult one to slide by, let's be honest. Megan says, if Big E does cash in tonight, it would ruin a great suggestion I heard earlier. Corbin going to NXT to try and cash in on whoever has $1 million title after TakeOver. That is a pretty cool suggestion. That sounds fun. That sounds very fun. And 35 bits from Brandon as well. Thank you very kindly, Brandon. Thank you very much, everybody. Kura says, I got a free John Cena shirt out of it, though. That's pretty cool. At least we'll know how to spot you because you'll be bright green. The user says, how did WWE get rid of the black liquid on the ring when it went to Seth Rollins? They just removed the ring canvas and put a new one on. Dylan says, you deserve it. Oh, bless you. Thank you. The user says, well, that AJ Lee front row at AEW, I have absolutely no idea. Wiggly says, if Goldberg wins the title, which he isn't, even if he dropped it to a cash-in, what do I get? You get nothing. You get absolutely nothing. If anything, you get me annoyed at you. I just want to be able to buy a WWE title with Goldberg's nameplate on it. Good luck to you, mate. Good luck to you. Gura says, don't confuse me with green shirt guy. Are you front row? Are you front row? Because if so, we got to keep an eye on it. Wiggly believes it was AJ Lee, or AJ Mendez as she's actually called now. The user says, how did fans have signs with Punk's new logo on it before he debuted? Because they were handing out signs at the event. Literally, as he walked in the arena, there was a lot of people with CM Punk signs. They were handing them out to fans. Lance says, hey, Tom, welcome, Lance, to the show. Glad to see you, mate. Brandon has gifted a Tier 1 sub to the community. That Tier 1 sub has gone to Larry Bongo 999. Thank you very much, Brandon, for the generosity, as always. Buzzy says that Edge versus Rollins video package was perfect. I honestly didn't really see much of it. But yeah, it looked like it was fun. Their feud has been a lot of fun. Kuro is the front row. And Moxie says everyone thought it was a Fiend yesterday. Did they? Also, what, like the whole of yesterday? Or MB says Big E versus Corbin is happening on the Kickoff show. Yes, that is happening. Megan says if her Instagram story is anything to go by, AJ was at home with her dog and not at the arena. She also had an interview a couple of hours before the show that would have required her to stay at home anyway. Front second row, but front enough to be seen. Gotcha. Brandon says anything to help out. Larry has also said thank you to you, Brandon, which I always appreciate from anyone who gets a gift sub as well. So thank you, Larry. Jada says CM Punk came out and said he didn't prepare anything and was just going to wing it. I feel for the contract he got and for his fans, he could have done even a few minutes of preparation, just my opinion. I think they wanted him to go out and just be off the cuff, but I think they were expecting him to be a little more vibrant, you know? I think they were expecting him to be a little more vibrant, to be honest. So, as we have a moment, I'll reiterate what we've been talking about. We're about to start watching WWE Summerslam 2021, which has a lot of good matches lined up to it, and potentially a few surprises. Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair is still being advertised heavily. There is no suggestion that Sasha Banks isn't going to attend as of yet. And in addition to that, even though CM Punk's taken a lot of the headlines, which we've been talking about a lot, naturally, there is, of course, the possibility of a Becky Lynch return coming soon. I did give an update on her and the possibility of her being at SummerSlam recently on YouTube. And if you haven't followed my YouTube, please remember to do so. I will put a link again to the YouTube channel, because right now I'm trying to get a couple more subscribers to YouTube. If I can get a small handful more, I believe at the moment it's literally 2. 1. It's actually 1 more subscriber I'm looking for on YouTube. Naturally, I'm looking for as many as I can get, but 1 more takes me over the edge of what I was looking for, which is good. It's very good. Which is very, very good. Makes a big difference. Thank you, Jared Hector, for your subscription to the channel. Very much appreciate that. Every little helps, but also the YouTube videos are really starting to deliver and help us grow, and that will be a key factor to my personal growth and my income in the near future. I am very grateful for the generosity of everyone here. When it comes to YouTube, that would be money that people don't have to give. They give their time instead, and that means more money as well. I like to make a living doing this, and I'm inching closer, largely due to the generosity of the people here, but also, of course, due to the YouTube growth. So please do consider. Kura says, oddly didn't take my shirt though, just told me to put it away. Well, fair enough. I mean, that's something. That's something. The user says, who do you think will win, Darby or Punk? Punk. Absolutely Punk. Bailey says, Cage site reporting on Bray to AEW is likely. Didn't credit you though. Yep, they're probably crediting Dave Meltzer. I'm blacklisted, apparently. People refuse to report anything I say. Which is why, tune into spoiler warning. You don't get that news anywhere else. How was Punk able to say Ring of Honor? I don't understand the question. I think he just made the sounds of his mouth. I don't understand. Jadab says, I think I was expecting a pipe bomb moment, but having said that, I'm glad he didn't spend the whole time trashing his former employer. I think, and I'm reticent to actually say this, I think he's matured. I've said it now. I think he's matured. Thank you, Brandon, for 10 more bits to add to what's a substantial pile so far. Very grateful for that. Larry says you need a little ventriloquist dummy when you're drinking that saying the alphabet. I mean, that'd be cool, but I can't do that. That's not a talent that I have. Moxie says, yesterday when the Seth Rollins incident happened on the IG post, everyone said they thought it was The Fiend. I do not understand what you mean by incident. Lance says, definitely thought it was going to be another WWE bad AW good promo that most of the X guys are doing. Glad it didn't quite go that direction. Me too. He got his subtle jabs in, but nothing particularly substantial, and I like that. MB's not happy with the stage set. I'm very interested by the curved ramp. That's weird. Dylan says, I think you got 685. I did. I believe I did, which is absolutely tremendous. Please do keep clicking like on that YouTube video if you haven't already. As I say, it helps us grow, and every little does help as we're chasing that 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. So thank you, everyone, for helping. Ed says, 23 for the pre-show. Gotta love it. You do indeed have to love it. That's some good numbers and really shows the rate at which we're growing, because StreamYard does not send out notifications, but we've still got a good viewership. We are finding ways to grow, and it's really very telling. The user says, where is the stage? So the ring is there. There is a curved ramp which goes up to the stage. Corey says, the fact that all these matches are sponsored by 2K22 is me thinking it's not delayed. I wouldn't say that. Sponsorship. It's a very different thing. Although Brandon does agree, so that's exactly my thoughts. Don't think they'd wait till SummerSlam just to announce it's been delayed. Maybe they'll announce nothing. Maybe, but it would be interesting if they did say that, okay, it hasn't been delayed. There are certain websites which would. I was about to say would have to retract things, but they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Jacob says, does anyone know if there's still heat between Punk and Colt Cabana? Not. I haven't had anything official on it, or anything confirmed, or anything unofficial, to be honest. I've asked the question, and all I've been told is, yeah, they're fine working together, but that doesn't really answer the question, does it? Would be awkward backstage. It would. It says, what former employee who went from Ring of Honor to doing nothing for almost 16 years, right? Isn't that how the promo went? I actually get what he was saying here. WWE is not wrestling, it's sports entertainment, and it genuinely is a very different thing, and I think that needs to be recognized. Moxie says, the bloodbath incident, they thought it was a Fiend. A few people did think it was a Fiend, but then it ended up being Gangrel instead, although it didn't end up being Gangrel. It's a shame. The user says, I mean, is Ring of Honor in a partnership with AEW because Punk said Ring of Honor? That's not how it works, mate. You can say whatever the hell you want. I've just said Ring of Honor. That doesn't mean I'm in a partnership with Ring of Honor. You can still say the name. The user says, it is like the 2020 Royal Rumble Arena. Yeah, it definitely is, although without these steps up. What are they announcing here? Also, who's that? Okay, this is the winner of the TikTok announcer contest. Her name is Rain Cruz. She's trying way too hard. That's correct, Corey. I am indeed losing my voice pretty badly. Welcome to the show. The user says, in brief, can you say why Punk was in court? Court? No. Brian says, Tom, if you were Vince and Punk has just returned to wrestling with AW, then what would be the top 3 things you would do with WWE to compete going forwards? So the first thing I would do is ignore it and keep going, because the WWE will continue to make billions. They will continue to be watched by millions, and they will continue to get the top sponsorships. It's really that simple. They don't need to react to CM Punk. They don't need to. Secondly, if I'm wanting to usurp the competition, I'd be bringing Becky Lynch back naturally. And thirdly, honestly, I see a Fiend sign in the crowd, real close to the front. It's a big sign as well. The Fiend with the daggers behind him. The cutlasses, I should say. Oh, security's going to be trying to grab that. The third thing I would be doing is pushing Baron Corbin. Honestly, Adam Cole is a bigger deal to get his signature than it is CM Punk. Corey said that's one of the TikTok winners. They picked 3, which answers the user saying, is Rain Cruz announcing all the matches? Nope, she definitely is not. That's pretty cool, though. That says the show tomorrow might be only me. It won't be only you. It won't be. I'll be there, but you may be doing most of the talking. This, as we know, is the downside of having 2 jobs, both of which involve talking for a living. Jermaine says, hey, Tom, that's the same water bottle company that Sasha Banks, Big E, and Titus O'Neil were promoting yesterday in Las Vegas. This is part of the ambassadorial work that Sasha Banks has been doing in Las Vegas. And of course, she's been doing a hell of a lot more. So yeah, there's some interesting stuff happening. The user says, honest opinion, do you think Becky will turn up and can you spot her? I don't know. Can I spot her? Yeah, she looks like Becky Lynch. I don't understand the question there. Brandon says, pushing Corbin for a world title or in another way. I think he's headed to a world title from this. I think it'll be about a year before he gets there, but I think he's heading towards a world title here. Guru says, apparently the TikTok contest was an idea sent to WWE by Take-Two and 2K. Debatable on that one. I think my Twitch streams just crashed. Fantastic. I hate the technology sometimes. The TikTok contest was an idea that the WWE may have had suggested elsewhere, but essentially they've been sat in meetings non-stop talking about, okay, what are we going to do with TikTok? We're launching on TikTok. What do we do with it? How do we make it work? I've been reporting for a few months now that WWE's plan at the moment when it comes to social media is they're taking over TikTok. And that's been the plan for a little while, and that is exactly what's going to be happening. Bailey says, the guest ring announcer did a good job. No easy on a stage that large with all those people. Very true. Very true. I didn't really notice her, which is a positive. It says Twitch stream died. It did, unfortunately. Yeah, I can see it blipping here. I don't understand. It's a pain in the arse. It only happens on StreamYard as well. It really does. Happens all the time, though. The user says, whatever happened to Nicholas? He's in school. My Twitch stream is back up. Fantastic. Back up. Brilliant. So myself on the network. Oh, bless. Bless. And Lance says, we're back too. Fantastic. Megan says, he's been blipping in and out for a while, but he's back now. Fucking hell. It shouldn't be this difficult for the technology to just work. But at the moment, we're dual streaming. Now, admittedly, next month, my StreamYard subscription expires, which means I can't dual stream anymore. So I'll be dual streaming via Streamlabs. It's one of the reasons I think I need a new PC before I start doing that. I did see the Fiend chart. Yes, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. We have wrestling. Wrestling is happening. I'm waiting for our first CM Punk chant. Oh, Corbin just gets launched across the ring. Launched. Shea says, who will win Roman Reigns, versus John Cena? Probably Roman Reigns. I will not state a firm guarantee because as you're new, I'm worried you may be looking for a gambling tip. I don't give gambling tips. I think John Cena will be losing to Roman Reigns. People are still slowly filtering into the arena. There's less than 20 minutes now until SummerSlam starts. And not every seat is filled by any stretch of the imagination. The match itself that's going on shouldn't be longer than another 5 minutes or so. It is, after all, a kickoff show match. But it's nice to see Baron Corbin actually on the pay-per-view in some way, shape, or form. Same with Big E. He is, after all, the briefcase holder. Makana says, in brief, can you explain to me what wrestling is all about? Not really. I mean, there are many theories out here in Malawi. Some say it's scripted, others say it's completely fake, others say it is real. It's reality TV, basically. That's perfectly brief. It's a reality TV show in which very athletic performers perform stunts. The user says the way the arena is open, it reminds me of WrestleMania. I get that feel about it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Lance said the parking situation at Legion is legitimately awful. They'll still be trickling in for a long time. Ooh, that sucks. Kuro says they escorted a guy out of the arena a couple of minutes ago, handing out pieces of paper that said CM Punk. Wow. That's a whole lot of unnecessary right there. Eesh, that sucks. Megan says, if I was in the arena and not seated, I would be annoyed that I was missing this match. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, when it comes to kickoff show stuff, they tend to not really care about people being sat there. I remember how furious The Miz was at being on the kickoff show a while back. He's not technically even on the show this time. Brandon says, I seriously think Big E is cashing in for Lashley versus Goldberg. I don't, but I wouldn't be annoyed if it happened. It's not an open arena, it's just a clear skylight in the middle. Still feels like WrestleMania, though. Still feels like it. Which is good, because it means they're not going to get rained on. The user says, has WWE still got the rule of everyone wearing masks? It depends what you mean by everyone and when, because as you can tell, many people are not wearing masks right now. But backstage, the rule is wear your damn mask. Megan says, if reality TV, theatre and athletics had a weird hybrid child taken care of by a demented tree, that's WWE for me. I like that. I very much like that. Bailey says, wrestling defined, a group of well-prepared athletes telling a story. They're definitely very well prepared. It's a very good show. Michael says, AEW fans were flooding everything WWE related on Twitter with CM Punk, even on tweets from Tegan and Bianca. Yeah, they're gonna. A lot of AEW fans think that they've got one over on WWE by signing someone that WWE didn't necessarily have any chance of signing. So, you know. Lance says, we don't know what rain is in Vegas. Which is fair. I've not been there myself, but I am looking forward to going at some point soon. I have friends over there. One of whom sent me this. Look at this. Look at this. It's a little light. It's a little ring light. Bless it. And at some point, I will be going over to Vegas and maybe doing some streaming from over there as well. Brandon says, no matter when Big E cashes in, do you see him having a long first world title reign? Absolutely not. I think he'll be one of the briefest in history. Kura says, it's the county that has a mask mandate currently, but once you get in, WWE said it's optional. Gotcha. Okay, that's cool. I am seeing, it's clearly optional because some people in the crowd are wearing masks, some people aren't. I think more people are than I expected. But once you get past the first few rows, they seem to filter out. Corbin is looking at that briefcase so desperately. I think he's rolling out to touch it. It's going to get creepy. Bailey says there's really no good parking around Allegiant Stadium. Most people are likely walking from the hotels on the strip. Makes sense. Makes sense. Michael says WrestleVote's Twitter just tweeted out the eyes emoji, so something must be happening. It amazes me how little they actually say. Oh, look, something's happening. And then if something actually happens, they can say, we told you something was happening. Always annoys me. 4 major hotels right near Allegiant. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Big E essentially doing the Braun Strowman choo-choo noise there. Beginning of the end for Corbin. Okay, yeah, that was very much Braun Strowman. As I say, if you watched Spoiler Warning yesterday, you will know what we've been saying about Becky Lynch. Was there an honest reason about AEW giving out ice cream bars? Yeah, it's funny. That's genuinely the reason. It's funny. Oh, I did not know there was a Vegas monorail. That's pretty cool. It explains a lot of social media that I've seen recently about a monorail. Oh, Big E's got his tits out. That means the end is near. When Big E gets his tits out, you know the finish is coming. And that's our finish. Big E beats Baron Corbin, will reclaim his briefcase, and walk away. Just like that. What was my favorite pay-per-view this year? Royal Rumble. It pretty much always is. Pretty much always is. Though I wasn't the biggest fan of Edge winning. Oh, Logan Paul's in the crowd. Logan Cole just got a big boo when he appeared on the screen. That was funny. It's a big boo. I like that they went back just to check it was him being booed. I enjoyed that. Seriously, mate. I mean, you can look up the card very easily. The matches are going to be happening as they're happening, and we can talk about it then. But if you've never watched SummerSlam, or if you haven't been watching wrestling regularly enough to know what's actually happening, this might not be the show for you. I think I'm going to do a sneeze. Nope, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's all okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. mean, artist. I'm not aware of an artist performing. I don't know that there's an artist performing. I know they were trying to get Cardi B. Didn't pay off. I think you're getting SummerSlam confused with WrestleMania, mate. And McCartney says, I'm happy that Big E has won. Yeah, it was a very, very brief feud, which made like logical sense. So I'm just glad they gave him something to do. Lance says there's a DJ performing. Apparently it's DJ Khan. Fair enough. Megan says, Logan Paul's there and getting screen time. Yep, they're hyping up his appearance tomorrow. And that is how WWE will continue to stay ahead of AEW. AEW might have brought back CM Punk, which is huge news. And it'll make great headlines amongst the hardcore wrestling fans. But bringing in Logan Paul will make headlines amongst casual fans. WWE doesn't really care about the hardcore wrestling fans. They just want the casual wrestling fans. And in that, they are way ahead of AEW. Way ahead. It's not even fair to compare at this point. They are that far ahead. We have less than 10 minutes until SummerSlam starts proper. And we get our hype packages for Bobby Lashley versus Goldberg. I've already had that. Edge versus Seth Rollins. I've already had that. Which basically just leaves Roman Reigns and John Cena. 10 minutes before the show starts, they are still advertising Bianca Belair and Sasha Banks. Who won the match? Big E. Big E beat Baron Corbin, regained his briefcase. As I say, it was a very, very brief feud. A 2-week feud, which works. It's an excuse to get them both on a pay-per-view. And honestly, I enjoyed the match. I enjoyed the feud with the brevity of it. If they all move on now, I'm happy. I think they've done a good job there. Right, how good is this promo package going to be for John Cena and Roman Reigns? Well, we're starting with the return of Roman. The Universal Championship match in which Roman Reigns won the championship features himself and Name Redacted. That's the world we live in. Wow. I'm tweeting that out. The match in which Roman Reigns won the Universal Championship almost a year ago featured himself, Name Redacted, and Name Redacted. Yeah. WWE Summerslam. This is just a huge celebration of Roman, and I'm here for it. Corey says 9 days is a year of Roman as champion. It is, and he's going to reach it. Megan says there's nothing to stop Sasha going missing during the show. Maybe someone jumps her. I don't know. There is still a possibility. I cannot sit here and say we're definitely going to get this match. I can't. But they're still advertising it. I know, right? And Megan says, what do we think is opening the show? I kind of want to say Sheamus versus Priest to start with a title change. Honestly, if I'm planning this match, this show out, I'm starting with Sasha versus Bianca. I'm starting with it. Unless they do that match first. Yeah, true. I'd be starting with Sasha and Bianca personally. I think that's the right move. Would really hype the crowd up. We definitely don't want to start with Alexa Bliss versus Eva Marie. That's just, nobody's going to be happy about that. That's not going to suit anybody. They really still are hyping this missionary position line. I mean, it was a good line, but is it good enough to keep going back to that well? Possible, Kuro. Possible. They did that at the Royal Rumble after all. Would make sense. Bailey says the crowd could really go negative on Alexa, Eva Marie. They could. They definitely could. And I think they will. I think that's going to be a very difficult match for Eva Marie and Doudrop. I think Alexa's used to it. Alexa will be able to handle a hostile atmosphere. but I don't necessarily think Eva Marie and Doudrop are prepared for that sort of negativity. They're really hyping up the false finish thing that they covered last time round. The 1, 2, 3 business. After all, we did see a visible pinfall on SmackDown, which is apparently a huge part of the story. Yeah, I find it so concerning that that's genuinely a big part of the story. Kura says this feels like a highlight reel for Cena's career. Disagree on that one. Feels like a highlight reel for Roman Reigns' career. Oh. Moxie says it was a 2 count. Really, mate? Really? When I like it, it's a good line, but I don't necessarily agree. I don't think Roman was scripted to say he's leaving WWE. That seems like a very, very late addition to the hype package. I don't think Roman was scripted. Oh. Sorry, guys. I'm okay. I'm okay. Logan Paul is trending. Logan Paul is trending. Logan Paul is trending. That's the world we live in now. MB says the only reason Cena could win would be to get rid of Ric Flair in the record books. Yeah, but he's not. I just don't think he's going to. Certainly, knowing that Ric Flair left the way he did, that makes it more likely on that basis that they could just be trying to get rid of Cena from the record books. As you've said, I have mentioned that as well, but I don't know. It's not enough of a reason. Dan says Eva Marie versus Alexa ends in a 30-minute time limit draw. That would be horrendous. Horrendous. Let's do it. Koro celebrating the guy's sign who says, I drove 669 miles to be at SummerSlam. Nice. Brandon says, if Cena loses, do you think it's going to be the last time he gets a world title match, especially with him not being full-time anymore? I don't think it'll be the last time he gets a world title match, but I think it'll be a long time before he gets another one, and I don't think he'll ever win another one. Yamakani says, if Roman loses, is he going for real? Yes. Also, no. He's not going anywhere. How many matches are tonight? I think there were 10. I think it's 10. Billy says WWE can change the record book anytime they want. Flair also won a few NWA titles not recognized. To be fair, John Cena is a record-holding world champion. He's equaled the record, so he doesn't really have to worry too much about beating the record. They can just say that he holds the record as the most championships ever won, because he has. It's just a joint record. So they can just rephrase it. They don't have to have him win. Why would Jericho leave? Losing a match doesn't mean you have to leave the company. They don't work like that. Cora says CM Punk Sango was just brought back to his seat by security and is decked out in WWE merch. That's standard WWE practice. Very standard. All right, so Megan says 10 matches, 11 if you include Corbin versus Big E. So it was 10. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying, Megan. Always appreciate that. One thing I do want to point out just before SummerSlam starts, we had a record-breaking time for Money in the Bank. We had more than 800 people across both Twitch and YouTube over the course of the Money in the Bank watch party. We've also grown pretty sharply in the last month. I'm hoping we can break that 1,000 tonight. That's my hope. That's my dream. We break the 1,000 tonight. Oh, which is why I'm going to keep retweeting those quote tweets. Anybody who quote tweets the announcement that anyone who quote tweets the announcement tweet of this show, I will be retweeting. So please do consider doing that as well if you haven't already. That's what's helping me grow recently, and I'm forever indebted to you guys for delivering. Okay, we do still have a lot of people filtering in, considering SmackDown is about to... Not SmackDown, SummerSlam is about to start. A lot of people filtering in. Okay. Bailey says, I do think Jericho returns for one more WWE run before retirement. I don't think he will at this point, and honestly, I think that's okay. He loved WWE. He was always a WWE guy, but I don't think he'll ever be back. Yamakani says, my mother used to tell me drink a lot of water when I'm choking. Try to drink a lot of water. What do you think I keep going back to the well here? Why do you think I keep going back to it? Megan says, it sounds like it almost would almost be worth showing up to a show in AEW merch to get some freebies. To be fair, that's pretty historically accurate, because if I turn up in a PW Torch shirt, they give me some free WWE merch and tell me to go get changed. The user says, I believe before the first Labor of Jericho, he said, if I lose, maybe I don't belong in AEW. That doesn't necessarily mean he's leaving, though. Brandon says, I may be in the minority when I say I miss Booker T and Jerry Lawler on commentary. You are. You definitely are. Megan says, I miss Booker on commentary. Lawler, not so much. I think he works better as a panelist now. I don't think he works at all, to be honest. I think he's a pain in the arse. Kura says, should also mention just finding your seat in Allegiant Stadium is a maze. Wow. There's fuck off. There's 46 escalators. Jesus Christ. Brandon has predicted a title change for the first match. Did they announce what the first match is going to be? I always love how they hype up where they are rather than what they're doing. It's all about Vegas. They're trying to take the gambling metaphor, which essentially is AEW's own. Josh, I prefer to, keep it in my pants. Thank you. I would get an OnlyFans, but apparently they don't allow it anymore. Brandon says Raw tag titles. Okay, Randy Orton and Matt Riddle. That could pop a crowd. I could definitely see a tag title change happening. Megan says, I feel like I would be totally overwhelmed trying to get around American stadiums. Yeah, they big. Like they big. The MEN's so simple. Once you would know which floor to be on. Like knowing which floor to be on, that could be a problem. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate that. I'll be getting to that shortly. Okay, they're covering a lot of ground here. It's mostly the SmackDown storylines. The Raw storylines just aren't as good as the SmackDown ones. Thank you for the follow, Leah Chivane of Wrestling. That's a hell of a name. Welcome to the show. Also says hello. Hello, welcome. We are an AMA stream, so you can ask me anything you would like. We are currently watching WWE SummerSlam, and you will also receive notifications for Spoiler Warning, our wrestling news show, every time that we go live. Josh, I'm not an idiot. Stop being a dick. Corey says, is this a good time to go to the bathroom or during the Eva Marie match? That's basically up to you. Whatever works for you. I'd imagine you'll know when to go to the bathroom or not. Kick says, do you know where I can watch it other than TV? The WWE Network is the best place that you can watch WWE SummerSlam. Easily the best place. I feel bad for anyone who has to watch this on Peacock. I really do, because Peacock, not been good so far. Really hasn't. But the WWE Network continues to deliver. Would you be able to clarify what you're asking there, please? I don't really understand the question. If you can try again. We're in. I see a sign that says Maharaja mode. That's pretty unnerving. Lance says, it's holding up so far on Peacock. Last pay-per-view was awful, though. I do remember, yeah, the Money in the Bank was a bit of a dumpster fire when it comes to Peacock. Hopefully, that's not the case with this one. Hopefully not. Christoph, welcome. Says, hi, Tom. Hope you're doing well, as always. These pay-per-views are terribly late for us Europeans. Have a great stream. Thank you very much, Christoph. Appreciate that. And it is terribly late. It is 1:05 in the morning here. It's difficult being a wrestling fan when you're not in the US, I tell you that. Megan says, I wonder how long it is before people watching on Peacock start having problems. I don't think it'll be long. I really don't. I hope there are no problems. I hope Peacock has sorted out their server issues. But there's no guarantee of it. Brandon says, top 3 match predictions for tonight. I think Sasha versus Bianca, Cena versus Reigns, and Edge versus Rollins. Do you mean the best matches? Because if so, yeah, spot on. Randy Orton. That goatee it's just so confusing. Marilla was waiting for a fist bump. He didn't get one, and there was a brief boo in response, and I love that. What I don't like is all of the phones. Everyone's recording it. No one's actually looking at what's going on. Everyone's just desperately trying to take pictures. I don't like that. I am rough today. The user says, Tom, I'll see you during video packages because I'm focusing on the matches tonight. Absolutely respect that. All power to you. I completely agree with your concept there. Megan says, another thing with this match, Ridley's build as being from Vegas, so hometown win is incoming, I reckon. I reckon so, yeah, it makes sense. He's been getting good pops anyway, to be completely honest. Oh, I see a ding-dong get well sign. I respect that. Leot says, Edge bring back his old gimmick with Gangrel manager, be awesome. Gangrel does porn now. So, don't think that's going to happen. Chelsea's here. Welcome, Chelsea. Says, what the fuck is that stage? Can't even call it a stage. They're so cheap. Yeah, it's just like one of those big opening gates. It's literally just a hole in a dugout. It does remind me of some of the earlier ones they used to have. Royal Rumble 99 was quite similar. I always like the entrance where they've got the garden, just because it's literally just a hole. And SummerSlam is starting, as all WWE shows do, with a recap. We don't get a high package for this one. We just get a, oh, look what happened last week. Shameful. Now, we haven't had many long matches on pay-per-view recently. I don't think many matches have actually reached the 20-minute mark. So, with 10 matches to get through in 3.5 hours, this should be pretty fast-paced. Bailey says, do you see WWE considering a SummerSlam in the UK or Australia in the next decade, especially with the Australian talent coming up on the roster? I absolutely do not. I don't think we'll get pay-per-views outside of the US, outside of North America, again, for a long time. Chelsea says, SummerSlam is meant to have the maddest big stage, but this is disappointing. It feels standard. It feels normal. They are letting AEW set the agenda here, and it may come back to haunt them. After this match, I will go get another drink. I'll be interested to see if AJ Styles gets the same response that he got during Money in the Bank. Because as we know, AJ Styles got a lot of love during Money in the Bank. Yamakani says, hey Tom, it was nice being with you. Let me focus on matches now. We'll be back later. Enjoy the matches. Thank you, Yamakani. I appreciate you saying that, and I hope you enjoy the show. Dwayne says, Raj Giri from WrestleLink is reporting that Sasha Banks has been pulled from tonight's show. Is he reporting that, or is he reporting what PW Insider have already reported? Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look. Yep, 5 minutes ago, Raj Giri exclusive. I can confirm that Sasha Banks is off SummerSlam tonight. They're still pushing it. Well, we'll wait and see what actually happens with that one then. Megan says Goldberg versus Lashley should only be about 3-4 minutes at most. Wondering what other matches will be short to fill the time frame. I don't think any of the matches will be particularly long. It's waiting to see what's actually going to happen. Ethan says, doesn't look like the match between Banks and Belair is happening. Yep, seems so. The only place we could get pay-per-view would probably be Saudi or England. Saudi, definitely. Cora says, problem is Allegiant wasn't built to support a huge entrance stage. Doesn't seem like it's built to support anything, to be completely honest. Lance says, incredibly disappointing if true. Yeah, definitely would be. Definitely would be. Brandon says, RK Bro will look good with them titles. They will. They will. Omega just shouts the word Omos. I love it. Love the enthusiasm. Moxie says, I can't wait for Edge and Rollins and Sasha and Bianca and Reigns and Cena. Doesn't look like Sasha and Bianca is actually going to happen, though. Would love to know what the reasoning is for this one. I mean, they're literally still pushing it. So is she just not there? Cora says it was built to support halftime shows which happen in the direct center of the arena. Fair enough. Megan says, I want a pay-per-view in Scotland, but even then I wouldn't be able to get to it because I'm in one of the rural bits. That sucks. That's a shame. Well, hey, you can always book a hotel somewhere. What's not happening? Raj Giri of Wrestling Inc. has just reported that Sasha Banks has been pulled from SummerSlam. Which would suck. Which would absolutely suck. We are starting SummerSlam with Randy Orton and AJ Styles in a ring. That's how you start a wrestling show. That's how you do it. If Sasha Banks has been pulled, this would be a very good time to introduce a Becky Lynch. A very good time indeed. Tag team wrestling. It's so rare. I can say, speaking of mad things on Twitter right now, I've just seen a pic of a $100 Vince shirt for sale at SummerSlam. Ugh. Sad thing is, people will be buying them. People have way too much money. They are still very much promoting the match. I don't feel confident. I don't feel confident in that report. To be fair, even if it's true, we will know soon enough whether it's true or not. It's that simple. Brandon says, I'd love for when they actually break up to have Riddle turn on Orton, as everyone will expect Orton to strike first when he gets bored. Predictability isn't necessarily a negative, and I feel having Riddle turn, it might be a more shocking moment, but it will make for a worse storyline. Sometimes when you're making a decision, you have to think about the next 3 or 4 months. And I think turning Riddle heel is a bad move. So I would definitely go the other way. Thank you for the tweet, by the way. Thank you for the tweet, MB. Appreciate that. Appreciate you giving me the information there. Thank you kindly. And Corey, I'm retweeting your tweet. I mean, that was an interesting attempt at teamwork. Kind of worked for Moss. Megan says, card subject to change, and some Sasha fans are already raging about even the possibility of her not being there. Sasha fans, they lose their minds. They very much lose their minds. That would be a big match off the card as well. SummerSlam really has been built around 3 SmackDown matches. I know they're trying to say that Lashley versus Goldberg is a big deal. It hasn't felt like a big deal. It really hasn't. Whereas Edge Rollins, Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair, and of course Roman Cena, they felt like big deals. Christoph says, slightly off topic, but I really wonder if tomorrow's takeover is going to be the last of the current format or feel with all trouble and changes the brand is undergoing right now. I'm confident that it will be the last of the current format. A lot of people are going to be removed from NXT in the next few weeks. A lot of people. And that's going to be the main difference. Dan says maybe Sasha comes out and announces Becky is her replacement. Doubt it. I mean, Becky's a face and Sasha's a heel. It wouldn't make much sense in that regard. Megan says it would trim some time off the show, though. It definitely would. Christoph says NXT means a lot to me. They're the reason I came back to wrestling 5 years ago. Stick with them, then. They need you right now. They genuinely do. It's a difficult time to be NXT. Oh, very awkward back body drop. AJ Styles usually does the best of those. He just didn't get much height. Guru says, is it just me or does Orton seem like he's rushing? I think all the matches are going to be short, and one of the reasons they have short matches for pay-per-views is to keep the tempo and the pace up. So yeah, he'll be rushing, but that just basically helps it be good. He needs to get all his stuff in, and he needs to get it in nice and smooth. Bailey says, how much of NXT's trouble is ratings versus a visible lack of new talent coming through the system? The issues start with ratings, but the actual problems are mostly based on the fact that it is not fit for purpose. NXT has failed. It is a failed company because it was set up for a developmental brand to develop the next evolution, the next generation of WWE talent. It has not done that. What it has done instead is prepared the next generation of NXT talent. It is not fit for purpose, and that's why things are being changed. There's a lot of action going on outside the ring right now. Oh, I've missed that move from AJ. The backflip DDT. I've missed that move. Interesting sell from Riddle. He's just going fully bug-eyed. It's just such a beautiful move. I think we're about to see phenomenal forearm into an RKO. Oh, no. They keep trying to do that one. It doesn't always work. Roll up. Oh, nearly took his trunks off there. RKO. Indeed, a very brief match. I think that was maybe 10, 12 minutes. Matt Riddle wins his first championship in the WWE proper, alongside Randy Orton, who is genuinely thrilled. He is genuinely thrilled. RK Bro, our tag team champions. Chelsea says, wait, what's going on with NXT? Are they stopping it? No, but they are changing it. They are making it more fit for purpose. That means most of the people who are considered to have already developed are being shifted out of the division. Brandon says, that was quicker than I thought. Same. I think that basically sets the pace for how this show is going to go. Brandon says, kind of disappointed we didn't see more of Amos. We couldn't see more of Amos. If we saw more of Amos, they probably would have retained the championships. It's about keeping him protected as much as anything else. An RKO always makes a big difference. 1, 2, 3. Right, I'm going to take this opportunity to get a fresh drink. I apologize. I am going to be Paul Heyman's baby mama. Interesting. I'm going to be getting a lot of drinks over the course of this show. I hope you'll forgive me my dodgy throat. But I'll be back in just a moment with a fresh drink. Please don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Hello again, everybody. Let's catch up. Aloya says, are you guys going to show us? Personally, I'm not planning to show it to you. I'm going to keep it in my pants, just so you know. Brian says, that's true, Tom. Where do AJ and Omos go from here? Going straight back after the titles? Personally, no. I'd give them a couple of weeks off, and then I'd bring the Mysterios over from SmackDown to Raw. I'd have them feud with the Mysterios and sort of encourage a breakup when it comes to Mysterios. That's where I'd be going for a couple of weeks after. Look better even better with the titles than I imagined. Oh. Megan says 7 minutes and 4 seconds for the tag title match according to Cage Match. 6:33 for Corbin versus Big E. Wouldn't be surprised if this set the benchmark for the rest of the card. You're not alone there. You're not alone. Especially when you consider that we're getting a lot of recap. Just a lot of recap. That's eating into our time. Chelsea says, what time do you guys think it will end UK time? It's currently scheduled to end via the network scheduling at 4:30 in the morning. Wolf Gamer is here. Welcome, Wolf. Says, bit late, but I decided to watch this. Welcome to the show, mate. How you doing? It's so far it's been good in the way that we've had a 7-minute match, and the 7-minute match that we had was all right. Basically it. Basically all I got. Oh, thank you, Eric, by the way, for that tweet. Very much appreciate it. We also have to factor in the fact that, let's be completely honest here, there's gonna be some magic bullshit going on. The standard Alexa Bliss bullshit that we've come to expect. There's gonna be a lot of it. Gonna be a lot of it. Chelsea says Tom's thoughts on CM Punk's return. Guessing you watched it on YouTube or something. Yeah, it was basically what I expected, but slightly toned down. I'm not a CM Punk guy. I did not watch wrestling during CM Punk's era. I came back after he was already gone, so I honestly don't know what all the hype's about. To be blunt, I don't know what all the hype's about because I didn't live through it. So he's just sort of there. Wolf Gamer says, I'm good. Had to help a friend move a couch. Bit of exercise always does you good. Guru says, interesting fact, right before this match entrance started, security swarmed the barricades. Interesting. A lot of people being protective of Alexa Bliss then. Lots of lilies in the crowd as well. Lance says Alexa's theme is genuinely one of the worst pieces of music this company's ever produced. I liked her previous theme. I don't know why they changed it. Per Twitter user California, who's apparently an official 2K employee, she tweeted a few hours ago, any content creator out there claiming to confirm they know anything about 2K22 news, we don't work with it all, and just says stuff to look in the know. Best to wait until we provide official info tonight. This could be a real awkward night for a lot of journalists by the sound of what's actually coming out. Chelsea says Punk was just the most real guy in WWE. Nothing he did ever felt like kayfabe, just a legend. That's the vibe that I got from everybody telling me about him. It'll be nice to actually experience the guy firsthand. It's overdue actually getting a chance to experience the guy. Christoph says, on that note, what you just told about yourself coming back to wrestling, when did you come back to it and what sparked your interest back then? Well, so I stopped watching in 2001 because my family moved across the country and we just didn't have access to it anymore because it was on Sky Sports and we didn't have Sky Sports anymore. So I stopped watching it. Eventually, 2014, I moved into this house, set up my PS4, and it had the WWE Network app. So I downloaded the app. I spent my $9.99 and I said to myself, essentially, I'm going to use this, you know? I'm going to watch a lot of Attitude Era stuff. I'm just going to enjoy the show. What actually happened was I booted up Battleground 2014. I skipped through most of the matches because they just weren't very exciting. They did, like John Cena and Kevin Owens. I had no idea who either of these guys were. I'd heard of John Cena, but the match was very dull to me. Very dull. It was big spot, pin attempt, wait. Big spot, pin attempt, wait. And it kind of still is with John Cena. Moving on, though, as I watched through it, certain things caught my eye. Seth Rollins doing backflips out of German suplexes from Brock Lesnar. That was pretty cool. But you know what did catch my eye that really caught my attention? Bray Wyatt making his entrance to take on Roman Reigns with the Fireflies and everyone supporting him in that crowd. That was good shit. Eva Marie's actually wrestling. Oh, she's going for the doll. That's why I came back. Cora said, if you guys see all the people in orange shirts on the network, that's security. Got it. I am not hyped up by this match. Also, how can Alexa Bliss get her leg there? I just had a thought, and I'm not going to share it. I refuse to share it. But I had a thought, and it's not going to go away now. Brandon said, is anyone even remotely interested in this match going on right now? I kind of am. I'm an Alexa Bliss fan. I actually like Alexa Bliss. I just don't like this story. I'm surprised Eva Marie's wrestling, I tell you that. Brandon is asking what the crowd reaction to Eva is in the match, and Kuro is saying there's a lot of Wyatt chants, like a lot, more than what you're hearing on the network. Fair enough. Chelsea says, who thought this would be a good idea? Creative. It's a raw, innit? Megan says, can still hear the we want Wyatt chants. They're getting through. It doesn't help that the match is quite slow-paced. That's going to leave gaps. We want refunds, chant, I'm hearing now. But people are cheering the doll. As long as people choose to cheer the doll, they're going to keep doing something with it. Eva Marie's just arguing with Doudrop, which is not really helpful, is it? She was not prepared for that drop toe hold. She's a bit too close for Twisted Bliss. Has Eva Marie rolled away? No. She's a bit too close for Twisted Bliss. Yeah. You missed it. That's going to be it, isn't it? Oh, okay. I'm glad it wasn't. Ugh. Brandon says, I like Bliss too, but this storyline sucks. It does. It absolutely does. I completely agree. Megan says, how did Eva not get DQ'd for it in Alexa with the doll? My hope would be, because it's a fucking doll, mate. But at the same time, it's WWE, and they are not very consistent with their DQ rules. DDT, that's usually Alexa's finisher. She rolled her the wrong way. She's kicking out of that. That shoulder wasn't even down. Her right shoulder wasn't even down. Her shoulder was off the mat the entire time. At least it was short. At least it was short. I don't know, Chelsea. When it comes to pay-per-views, Alexa Bliss always gets big pops. She always does. Twisted Bliss, not seen that in a while. Yeah, she keeps it rare. She really does. I'm also quite happy Alexa won. This at least seems like it might be a bit more final than I was expecting. And Wolfgamer says, I like Bliss's gear. I guess you can call it that. I'm not sure. It is her gear. It is her wrestling gear. It's only a slight variation on her previous gear. Like there's an extra section. Kuro says, Tom, is Eva Marie, do you expect her to know how to take a pin? No. Bailey says, did Eva Marie botch the finish? Yeah, her shoulder was up the whole time. The whole time. Chelsea says, can someone explain what Lily did in that match? She got slapped about a bit, mate. She got told. Are we about to see some sort of breakup between these two? Doudrop seems to be just walking away, which, just to be clear, don't tease me with this. Actually make it happen. Seriously, don't tease me. Just let it happen. Let her walk away for good. I'll take it. I have no issue with it. So we're 2 matches through and we're only half an hour into it. Good start. Good start. I doubt we'll keep up that pace. I'm confident that Roman and Cena is going to be like a half-hour match. But yeah. It must be Becky returning, surely. If Sasha Banks isn't there, it must be. Brandon says, I reckon it's SmackDown Women's title match next if I was to guess. Match may not even be happening. That's the issue we've got here. We're waiting to see something actually happen or not. But yeah, the pace of the show is impressing me. They're giving me what I want. I'm happy with both the winners so far, and it doesn't look like that feud's going to continue, which is we're always on to a winner as long as that feud doesn't continue. Megan says, I'm totally fine with Piper just taking the absolute piss out of Eva. I do like that. And Megan says, just under 4 minutes for that last match, I guess? It's a good question. It's a good question. Who the hell knows? Brandon says, SmackDown tag titles, perhaps. And Chelsea says, AW Shop has been crashing since last night. That's still down. Fun fact, John Moxley was queuing for a CM Punk t-shirt as well last night. That was funny. Seriously, who the hell is this? Seriously, who is this? Is this one of the TikTok people? Mario Lopez. I have no idea. Did he say WWF? Oh, I knew his face from somewhere. He was in Saved by the Bell. Oh, that is old shit. His facial expressions are pretty good, I've got to be honest. He's asking the same inane questions you always get from backstage interviewers. I like how he's holding the microphone. He's doing the WWE thing. Usually you're supposed to be like off slightly, but he's doing that. With the flex. Okay, that was fine. That was fine. Damian Priest is making his way down. Looks like he'll be taking on Sheamus next for the United States Championship. We're essentially just getting all the Raw matches out of the way first, aren't we? Because nobody really gives a crap about them. Christoph says, while the Bray Wyatt entrance, its atmosphere with the music and fireflies was also one of the things I enjoyed most when coming back to wrestling in 2016. AJ Styles, who I didn't know before, was another. AJ Styles definitely caught my attention. For me, when SmackDown first went to the brand split again in 2016, my holy trinity was AJ Styles, The Miz, who was just incredible at the time, and Alexa Bliss. That was my holy trinity. And then they got rid of most of them. So, great. US title match, indeed. Cora says, Tom, cover your eyes so you don't go blind. What on earth do you think I'm doing? I'm not going to go blind. Am I going to go blind? Am I going to go blind? Are you trying to tell me something that I do not want to hear? Oh, okay. Okay. Don't worry. It's fine. Brandon thinks Sheamus is holding on to the title a little bit longer. I can see a title change here, personally. I can definitely see a title change. But I wouldn't mind the feud continuing a little longer. I think that these two will probably pair off really nicely. Lots of strobe lighting. Just lots of it. Work hard, play harder, live forever. I like that. Priest is an easy guy to get behind. Megan says, I have title change here and I'm on a roll, so Damian better win. We don't want to let you down. Chelsea says, odds on every match being a title change? Well, massively unlikely. Massively unlikely. Ed says, God, Priest looks like a megastar. He does. He's got that aura about him. This should be a really good match. This is potential sleeper hit territory here. As you'd expect, they're not going to get very long, but hopefully they get at least 10 minutes because they can do a lot in 10 minutes. For all the rematches that we've had on Raw, this at least is new and fresh. We've only really seen it once before, and it wet the whistle. It got me interested. It didn't wind me up, It gave me something new and exciting. Kev, no, it stays in my pants, thank you. I'm not allowed to, technically. YouTube is trouble like that. They don't like you to whip it out. I imagine a lot of people are bored of that joke, but I'm not, so I'm just going to keep doing it. Brennan says, Sheamus needs to become a face again and move to SmackDown when he loses the title. Kind of bored of him being a heel now. I don't necessarily know. I'd like him to move to SmackDown, but I'd like him to face off against Shinsuke Nakamura. I'd like him to wrestle Kevin Owens. When you look at the feuds, it's better off if he's a heel from where I'm sitting personally. Chelsea says, I really think Sheamus needs to visit his local optician for a checkup. Really getting worried about these bright lights blinding him at this point. He's Irish. We're used to it. You got to remember, every now and then he looks down at his own skin tone and gets blinded. So he's used to it by now. What do I watch it on? The WWE Network. I watch on the WWE Network. Wolf says if Tommy's going to show it, at least take him out on a date or something first. It's not much to ask. It really isn't, When I'm ready to show it, You'll know. Chelsea says, I think Sheamus is a solid Monday Night Raw guy. I actually agree. He's not a name that I will ever really think when it comes to a move in the draft. I'd rather see him stay and people come to him to feud with. But yeah, there are a couple of good options. Megan says Sheamus versus Nakamura would be fun. Sheamus can rage at Boogs too for added fun. And Boogs would definitely wind Sheamus up. You know he would. It'd be great fun. Starting a bit slow. Decent actual wrestling takedowns going on. We're seeing actual wrestling going on. Never expected that. Chelsea says, do you think Sheamus doesn't catch a tan on purpose at this point, or can he physically not? Bit of both. As an Irishman myself, he will burn anytime he goes anywhere near the sun. He will absolutely just basically set on fire. But I also think it is part of his overall gimmick, and he's just not interested in a tan. Megan says, Boogs would totally wind him up, and I'm fine with that. I'm now very, very excited for this. I was excited for the idea of the feud before, but now you've reminded me about Boogs. Now I'm hype. And I don't stay hype. I get hype. Whatever. Guru says Sheamus and Vegas don't mix. They really don't. I'd imagine he's been hiding for most of it. And Chelsea says the crowd looks bored AF. They do. I think maybe they were just too hyped up and excited during the Alexa Bliss Eva Marie match, and now they just need a bit of time to cool off. Or maybe it's the fact that Sheamus has never been considered that exciting and Damian Priest is still fairly new. It's hard to say. Brandon says there's only one name that can return tonight to make SummerSlam cool. Ryback. Fuck off. Alex Pires is here saying, hey man, welcome Alex. Great to see you, mate. It's been a little while. How you doing? Hope you're good. Megan says, Celtic people, like us Scots and my Irish brethren, just burn. You might get a bit of a tan for about a day at most. Rest of the time, ghosts. I have my ring light set up very specifically to solve this problem, but let me put my ring light onto the normal color. See that? See that? I have artificial tan because ring light. Brandon is loving the suicide dive. Priest is very good at those. Welcome, Baz. Welcome to the show. Ankura says no one would hire Ryback to shine their boots, let alone wrestle. Well, to be fair, I'm pretty sure he's just supposed to be retiring at this point. We did a poll. We did a poll several times, and it seemed very clear that he should retire. We made that very clear. Alex says, predictions, who is returning tonight at SummerSlam? If I'm making a prediction, it's Becky. 100% Becky. Megan says, honestly, my skin tone is pretty similar to Sheamus. I might even be a bit paler. I don't think I'm paler. I think I might be as pale. Michael says, Bailey just posted an interesting photo on Twitter and Instagram of her on the phone behind a curtain with a smile on her face. That'd be nice. That's pretty cool. That said, I don't think Bailey's necessarily that big a troll. I don't think she'd want to give the game away. But it depends what the game is, of course. Kuro says, Ryback's food budget alone would bankrupt companies. To be fair, the amount of money that's been thrown at CM Punk, I think they could just about afford it. Brandon says, you wouldn't be hyped by a big old meat hook clothesline and shell shock? No. If you're going to bring Ryback back, you might as well just bring Strowman back. Basically the same guy. Alex says, tonight's SummerSlam is not defeating AEW Rampage. It's not trying to be honest there, Alex. They're not in direct competition. WWE still are kind of just ignoring AEW, and they will continue to do so, I am sure. Chelsea says, I asked Ryback if he's going to return and where on his Twitch last night, and he said he wants to return as soon as he's cleared and go to AEW. Really not sure they want him. I think Sheamus has realised the crowd are a little bit bored, so he's starting to taunt a little bit, which is clever and necessary. And very necessary. Little things like that make a big difference. This is one of the reasons I like Sheamus as a heel, because he knows how to read a crowd. He knows when to shout, are you not entertained, and so on and so forth, to get a boo and just to give someone a little bit of time. Priest isn't really moving too well at the moment. Sheamus is going to go for the big grin, but it's a rest hold. If they've got time to do rest holds, I'm surprised. Alex says, what the hell did Ryback want to feud with CM Punk and injure him like in 2013? To be fair, that's the way to do it. Chelsea says, what celebs are there tonight? We've seen AC Slater. That's kind of it. Oh, Logan Paul's there. Wolfgamer says, oh man, I wish I could have clipped your response to Ryback returning to make SummerSlam cool. That was funny. You can make... Oh no, you can't make clips, can you? Subscriber only. Are you a subscriber? No, you've not been gifted a subscription and you're not subscribed yourself just yet. Yeah, my clips, unfortunately, are subscriber only to keep trolls out. Bailey says, Ryback seems to be one of those performers no company wants, along with Lars Sullivan, Alberto El Patron, and Velveteen Dream. They're still trying to float the name of Alberto El Patron to try and get me to interview him. I'm not going to. Christoph says, not her fault at all, but Alexa using Bray Wyatt's gimmick doesn't work for me. Probably because WWE lacks understanding of what made it work. Definitely not CGI doll. How do you like the pay-per-view so far? Pay-per-view's been fine. Just fine, but fine. There's nothing wrong with fine. Fine's not a bad place to be, but it's just been fine. I can't sit here and say, it's fantastic. I can't say it's great. It's fine. I am not offended by it. That's basically all I've got. It's not a great place to be where the best you can say is, I'm not offended by it. Chelsea says, imagine Roman beats Cena in the most boss-like way, then grabs the mic and says, I'm inevitable. Goes to click his fingers, then we hear if you smell what The Rock is cooking. That is being saved for Survivor Series. Also, the Thanos treatment is an interesting element to that. Alex says, on the kickoff, The Miz and Morrison arrive on the truck. Wait, what are they going to do? Who the hell knows? I would imagine they're going to annoy someone. Maybe a Damian Priest. Corey says, I'm back. I saw RKO win when I came in. RK Bro are our new Raw Tag Team Champions, but there have been a couple of matches since then. We're now on to our third. Decent DDT. Survivor Series is in November. Oof. Okay, we've definitely got quite a bit of time for this match because it's considerably slower than the rest that have been going on so far. Not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, good punch. Oh, good punch. Priest is having the standard comeback. Sheamus, I think, will be re-breaking his nose, as it were. Alex says, Omos is a monster. Who is going to pin him or knock him out? Probably Strowman when he comes back. Maybe Bobby. I can see Omos being built up for Bobby Lashley in the old Umaga Cena sort of style. That would make sense to me. There is a lack of chemistry going on here. It's a bit of a problem. The ref is communicating with Sheamus. Something's going on here. Something's not right in this match. I think Priest might be hurt. Welcome to the show, Chase Paw Patrol 223. Thank you very much for the follow. You will get a notification every time we go live on Mondays and Fridays for our spoiler warning news show. And of course, you can join us for any of the watch parties we do as well, such as this one for SummerSlam. Welcome to the show, mate. Chelsea says, I'm going to a WWE live show on a Monday in the UK, and it's meant to be SmackDown. Does that mean I'm going to see all the B-Tech superstars? It says to expect superstars like Roman and Bianca, but is that BS? It is a SmackDown show. You're going to a live show rather than a TV taping. That's the main difference there. And yes, you should expect Roman. You might expect Bianca. Alex says, okay, Tom, the next stadium show is the Royal Rumble, right? I believe so, yes. I believe that's the next big stadium show. Kuro says, I think it's Sheamus that might be hurt. Also possible. Sheamus seems to be moving fine, whereas Damian Priest seems to be struggling. Welcome, Matt. Glad to see you, mate. Megan says there's concern Priest got hurt during a spot a couple of minutes ago. So, yeah, I am seeing the right thing. Because it is really slowed down. It's really slowed right down. That's usually a bad sign of a potential injury. seeing what the ref is doing as well, it's not a good look. As Tom, has anyone mentioned the Rajgiri exclusive from the last hour? Yes, and I've actually read it myself as well, just to confirm. Brandon says, by the way, is a nose injury legit for Sheamus or kayfabe? It was legit, now it's kayfabe. Toxic Predator says, hi Tom, welcome Toxic Predator, glad to see you. And Chelsea says, surely the next stadium show isn't Royal Rumble, that's in January. Yeah, but they're not confident of filling stadiums until then. Just because of the size of stadiums, they'll go back to arenas for a little while. Alex says, I would love the Royal Rumble in the AT&T Park in San Francisco. Okay, I know nothing about American stadiums, so I'm just going to leave that with you. Nice choke slam. That's not his finish, though. Very late kick out. I would imagine they're going to explore the opportunity of doing a stadium show for Survivor Series with The Rock coming back. They may well... That is literally just a headbutt. Sheamus, what you doing, mate? Wow. Fair enough. Yeah, Barclays is hosting. That's already been reported, hasn't it? Brandon says, my prediction of Sheamus retaining is about to come true. Possibly. I would like to see Sheamus versus Shingo Takagi. That's all I'm saying. In fact, I'll say that more publicly because it's funny. I would like to see Sheamus versus Shingo Takagi. It would just be brutal. Sorry, guys. I'm struggling a little bit. We have a kick out. The match is still ongoing. It's a slow pace, but this is basically Sheamus pace. Roll up. Oh, that looked firm for a moment. Chelsea says, Priest looks like he's wrestling in slow-mo. I do think he might have hurt his back. I genuinely think he may have hurt his back, which is, of course, a problem in its own right. And could be something long-term. He needs to be careful with it. But we'll see. Sarah says, how many minutes are there to start the match? The match is already ongoing, mate. The match is actively happening as we speak. Entrances can take anything from 2 minutes to 25 in the case of The Undertaker. Corey says, although I caught up, not surprised that Alexa Bliss won. Yeah, I don't think anybody is. I was surprised that Eva Marie wrestled. That was a surprise to me. Okay, the match has been kayfabed. We're back in the expected finish. Priest just beating the crap out of Sheamus's face, which is always a good thing. I do think Priest may have recovered. He's still doing those kicks. I do think he's hurt his back. I genuinely do. And that is a new United States champion in the form of Damian Priest. I don't think anyone's surprised. I also don't think anyone's particularly unhappy. Yeah, Brandon, unfortunately, your prediction was just wrong. And yes, it is entirely Vince McMahon's fault. Wolfgamer says Sheamus versus Ishii would be interesting too. I agree. That could be a lot of fun. That could definitely be a lot of fun. There's a lot of people. I'd obviously like to see Sheamus versus Murder Grandpa, but I think that's the case of anyone. That's telling. Corey Graves saying both men are going to be hurting for the next few days. Chelsea says, I think everyone is changing belts except for Roman. I disagree there, but only in two aspects. I don't think Bobby's losing his, and I don't think the Usos are losing theirs. Ed is very, very happy with that one. And Kura says 2 for 2 on title changes so far. It's going to be one of those nights. Corey's saying what will be next to Triple Threat? I don't know. Let's wait a couple of minutes and we'll find out. Ed says, why is Wrestling Inc. reporting Sasha is out? Because Wrestling Inc. have been told that Sasha is out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reported it. And Megan says, 3 for 3 on the predictions. The Queen continues. Chelsea says, what other title matches? Both women's titles, the SmackDown Tag Team Championships, and the 2 top titles are both still booked. Brandon says, are they getting all the Raw matches out of the way to make make room for the A-show matches. I actually said that earlier because I think it's funny, and it is funny. The SmackDown shows... SummerSlam was built around SmackDown matches. Like, I would like to see, for example, Edge versus Rollins next, just to break it up a little bit. But it does look like they're just trying to get Raw out of the way. Or maybe they're trying to kill time and work out what to do with Sasha. What I can say, by the way, Becky Lynch's new gear is pretty good. Okay, we have a bit of a commercial break, which we shouldn't have during pay-per-views, but we are where we are. $2K22 commercial. Let's see if we get any news about a delay. This is looking a lot better. Roman looks great. It hits different. Oh, Drew's got a sword. Bless him. March 2022. And can I just say, that actual March 22 was so brief. So brief. That WWE 2K announcement spent about a millisecond announcing it would be released March 2022. He thinks they're not exactly proud of the situation. Yep. Chelsea says the 2K22 face scans look a lot better. March 22 is when the game's being released. Chase Paw Patrol says, looks like we have to wait until next year. That's a long wait. That is a long wait for this game. They do have to get it right. So maybe it is as simple as just leaving it to happen, but it's a long wait. Brandon says, doesn't look like I'm getting 2K22 then. Fair. It says I'd rather them take their sweet time and have a working game. I agree on that one. I completely agree. But it shows how badly the production is actually going so far. And Matt says, got a guess on Volta versus Dragunov tomorrow. Yes, Volta. I don't think Dragunov has any real chance. Brandon says, unless they have an extremely good reason, having already worked on it for like 2 years. Yeah. Chase says, I was told October of this year. Apparently the internal code, according to Kuro in this channel, the internal code was listed as October, and that's been confirmed by a number of other people. It just apparently hasn't been what's actually happened. The SmackDown Tag Team titles will be up next. I believe our first SmackDown match, and a good one, the Usos versus the Mysterios. I have the Usos retaining here. The user says, I always get 2K22 for a birthday present. I always get 2K as a birthday present. As my birthday's near October. Now it's a March release date, but oh well. Yeah, it's quite the pushback. It's not a brief delay. It's a big delay. Ray is trying to keep Dominic focused. I do think Dominic's going to accidentally cost them the opportunity here. Megan says March 2022 could be a good spot for the release. No competition from other sports-related games as they usually release in September, October time. It could be. It could be a good launch time, but I think people are just disappointed that it's going to take so long. And Kura says that's what it said on Xbox internal code, and that's this delay just happened. It was planned for October. Well, that has been confirmed, so your information was sound, mate. Megan says 13:47 for Priest versus Sheamus, longest of the night by a mile. Honestly, that match felt very slow. I thought that went into 20-minute territory. The fact that it was still only 13 minutes is it's not exactly what I was expecting when you not exactly the amount of time I expected it to be. Ray's riding Dominic down to the ring, as per usual. We are just about to enter our second hour of a 3.5-hour show. We've already had 3 matches. So far, so good. I do think it'll be 3 matches per hour, and then the final match will just be Roman and Cena for half an hour. The user says the graphics look better and Drew looked great, but hopefully there's no bad glitches. It shouldn't be difficult to be better than 2K20. It genuinely shouldn't. Brandon says 2K tweeted more to come this January. We have to wait from August till January now for more 2K22 stuff. Same old 2K shit. Yep, basically. He says I think Priest's possible injury added a few minutes to it. I do think it was slowed down just while they essentially worked out, okay, he's injured. What do we do? And he's decided to push on, clearly. And he did fight through it. And by the end of it, he was looking mobile again. And it says 13 is a good time, though. It is. I feel that's a good time. Sirachi is very, very keen on knowing about how long it takes to start a match. How many minutes are remaining to start the match? However many minutes it takes for the Usos to enter the ring. I would have to measure their exact walking pattern to give you an exact time. Chelsea says, I just hope 2K do something with the crowd too. They might be trying to take crowd audio, to be honest. Will be a good time. Kura saying WWE officially recognizing 1350 for Priest. Sheamus, I prefer the numbers that Megan gets from Cage Match, to be honest. WWE changes their mind a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. It's unnerving. The Usos do look great with those championships. The user said I'm calling it for Fastlane or Elimination Chamber next year to sponsor 2K22. I'm guessing you mean the other way around. We'll know a lot about 2K22. They'll probably mention it a lot more at the Royal Rumble, maybe announce the person who's going to be on the cover. Megan says, to be fair, there isn't much difference between the times now. Fair enough. And Chelsea says, do you think Vince watched AEW last night? No, I can confirm he did not watch AEW last night. He does not care about AEW enough to watch it. He's never watched AEW. I think my voice is starting to recover. Well, I went really high pitched there for some reason, but I think my voice is starting to recover. Still doing a bit of coughing though. Maybe I've got COVID. Who can tell? This should be a very fun match. A very fun match. Michael says SRS just tweeted all the modes cover will be all released in January. Okay, fair enough. Unless maybe a developer disagrees with him again. Even says it's true that Banks won't compete tonight. Don't know, mate. Honestly, I have no idea. No way of knowing. We're waiting for the match to happen in order to work that out. Chelsea says I reckon he wanted to see what CM Punk said. He will have watched a clip. Probably Triple H would have told him. Triple H watches AEW pretty regularly. But yeah, Vince does not watch. As regards Banks and Belair, I know what you know in this particular one. I'm not exactly talking to people right now. I'm just watching the pay-per-view, same as you guys. Carissa says that should be the next match. Should it? Is that due? Yeah, fair enough. Right in the middle, that would make sense. Megan says, you can also imagine the 2K devs would have had to have changed things in the game given all the releases. Yeah, and to be fair, most of what they do on 2K is building the character models. So if they need to change everything and change scores and ratings and all that, it's going to take its time. That tag was not made. That tag was not made. Crowd are being very loud, and I don't know if it's for the Mysterios per se. They're excited for something. Kuro says, because I have a sinking feeling Goldberg is the second to last match. Could be. Would make sense. Would make sense. We're doing a standard undercard at the moment. It's not going to be the last. The main event is Roman versus Cena. We all know that one. We're getting through the undercard at this point. It's not broken up like World Championship here, Women's Championship here, and all that. It looks like we're going to get a big clump. The last 4 matches are going to be all the men's and women's top titles basically at once. And I'm excited for that. After all, we're on match 4 now. I want to say 4. With 6 left, 4 of which are top championships. One of which is McIntyre versus Mahal. And then I've honestly forgotten what the other one is. What's the other one? What else is happening? It's non-title. I have no idea. It'll all work out. The match will eventually be there, and we'll know. We'll know at that point. I can afford to be patient. Thank you, Dylan. Edge Seth. That's the one. That's the one I was forgetting. Edge versus Seth. How would Becky return? Well, basically, they'd have to decide when they book her. I don't know. I'm really not sure as to how she's going to return. I've been given as many updates as I can with the information that I have. But unfortunately, in this one, the update that I gave yesterday in spoiler warning, that's the most recent information I have. SummerSlam trending #1 in the United States, as per usual. Pay-per-views always end up trending #1, but they still like to pat themselves on the back for it. Jay is just taunting Dominic. Christoph says, I also expect Walter to win tomorrow, although Dragunov is great. But the PW Torch Talks NXT guys seem to be absolutely sure Walter loses to prepare his move to NXT US. Walter has very openly and clearly said he never intends to move to the US. Kuro said they just escorted 3 people out. I'm guessing that was the big crowd reaction. Guessing that was the big crowd reaction. Interesting. No idea why. Fair enough. Hopefully nothing particularly heinous. Megan says Cena versus Reigns will likely be the main event. I can see them alternate the men's and women's top title matches for the last 4. Rhea, Nikki, Charlotte, Goldberg, Lashley, Bianca, Sasha, then Cena, Reigns to close. I could see that working out that way, yeah. That would make sense. But seriously, this last 6 matches are all going to be like big matches. They played this card very well. Chelsea says, if you were booking the show, how would you book Becky to come back? Well, it depends. If Sasha's not going to be in the match, I would book Becky to return and take Sasha's place and lose to Bianca Belair. That would be a great way to give back when she returned. But if Sasha is going to be wrestling, I would have Becky walk down after the triple threat to challenge either a Charlotte or a Rhea Ripley or whatever one there. I don't know. There's a number of possibilities, all of which are as unlikely as the last. But if I was booking it, I wouldn't have Becky come back tonight. I'd have her open Raw tomorrow. That's what I would do. Thank you very much for the follow, Adrian82910. Welcome to the show. You are very, very welcome to chat along with us. We're an AMA stream here. You're also very welcome to lurk. And the fact that you followed means that you'll get notifications on Mondays and Fridays when we do our spoiler warning news show, which you may quite enjoy. Megan says, if they follow my pattern, I would have McIntyre Mahal next, then Edge Seth before the last 4. Yeah, Raw, then SmackDown. So it ends up being Raw, SmackDown, Raw, SmackDown. That makes sense. Again, this match is quite a slow one. I get that they're building towards a hot tag, and that's really the big thing here. But still. They are, Bailey. They are. It's a very, very good numbers. If I look across to YouTube, for example, and I refresh, we're doing very, very good for average viewership on Twitch, and I owe you all a huge thank you for sticking with me for the show so far. But if I go over to YouTube, for example, the SummerSlam video has already had 551 views. Considering our aim was for to be 800 across both Twitch and YouTube, it's a damn good start considering we've only been going, 2.5 hours so far? Still 2.5 hours to go. Chelsea says, is SummerSlam the second biggest pay-per-view after Mania? I would say Royal Rumble is the second biggest pay-per-view after Mania, to be honest. And I think for casuals, at least, it's actually bigger than Mania nowadays. Kuro says they need a mid-show draw. That's why I said maybe women's title next. I think Seth and Edge are the mid-show draw, to be honest. Megan says, Twitch just sent me a notification advertising the sports channel show. Lol, no. You lot are stuck with me. Ah, how heinous. Us being stuck with an absolute stat queen. Literally the queen of the chat. The queen of the stream, the queen of the colic unity. Yeah, we're stuck with you. We're so upset with that, Megan. So upset. Ultimately, at this point, Kuro, there are non-stop draws. You've got Drew McIntyre. He's a draw. You've got Edge and Seth, both draws. You've got Charlotte Flair, draw. You've got Sasha Banks, draw. You've got Bobby Lashley and Goldberg, draws. You've got John Cena and Roman Reigns, draws. You have incredible drawing power in this last bit of SummerSlam. Moxie says, good show so far. Thank you, Moxie. Unless you mean SummerSlam, in which case I won't say thank you, but I will say I agree. I agree. Rey Mysterio genuinely just got booted in the face. Always nice to see. Although obviously not being honest there, because it's not always nice to see. But hopefully he gets some revenge for that. He looks actually shook up a little bit here. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Forget that. It's a good thing that was going to be a super kick spot because Rey Mysterio was nowhere near him for that. Big splash. Dominic trying to get into the ring. Kick out works out. Megan says the second half of the card is stacked for a WWE show. It is. When we talk about SummerSlam being booked as like a second WrestleMania, when you look at the second half of this show, you believe it. Chase Paw Patrol believes the Usos are going to retain. I agree. I also think they're going to retain. It makes sense going forward. I think the next logical step is Usos versus Street Profits in a feud, and I'm very ready for that. Wolf Gamer says, I can say that this is a good show so far. It seems a bit more entertaining than the actual pay-per-view, but that's just me. Thank you, Wolf Gamer. I appreciate that. The whole point is with these watch parties, it's an enhancement. We are supposed to enhance the pay-per-view. So if the pay-per-view is not good, sometimes the shows aren't that good either, to be completely honest. But we've got a great community here, and that, I feel, is the main reason that these shows work. We have a great community. Dominic landed very badly there, landed directly on his knee on the hardest part of the ring. Ed throwing out the YouTube and the Discord. I do believe there's a problem with the Discord link at the minute, but I can work something out for that. But of course, if you haven't yet, please do remember to follow on the YouTube. It's been a very good night for that. But it is we're getting closer and closer to actually being able to make a living thanks to the YouTube and monetize there. So please, if you haven't yet subscribed over on YouTube, do so. You will get daily wrestling news videos that hopefully you'll quite enjoy. Megan says, Usos versus Street Profits, take my money. I do definitely think that's the next big tag team feud. And I also think we're coming very close to the finish of this match now. Rey Mysterio is in trouble. Dominic hasn't been seen for a little while. Splash on the back of Rey. Surely that's it. That's it. Clean win for the Usos. Dominic left on the outside. I do think he might have hurt himself in that landing on the ring apron. He's not been... They haven't gone back to him. We haven't seen his reaction yet. Show me Dominic. Show me Dominic. Come on. You can do it. They're not showing us Dominic. There he is. He's in the ring now. Okay, he's fine. Everything is as booked. The Mysterios just weren't good enough. Brandon says, how did Dominic not get back in the ring for the finish, but Jimmy J got back up like straight away after the kick from Rey after the 619? It's Dominic, innit? Thank you, Chase. Appreciate that. Saying, I have subscribed on YouTube. My YouTube channel is Chris Todorello. I did spot your name a little bit earlier. Thank you very much, Chris. Megan now has 4 crowns after 4 matches, and I believe so do I. I think so. I genuinely can't remember who I predicted for Alexa Bliss versus Eva Marie. Yeah, it'll be somewhere. We've got someone in the channel with 4. That's all that really matters. That's all that really matters. Megan is representing the channel. We've claimed you like Andy Murray. You're ours now. Yeah, well, to be fair, you are our stat queen, so there is basis for that. We have another brief little commercial break during SummerSlam for Peacock, and also a bit of BT Sports. They're giving us some weird experiences tonight. It doesn't feel like a pay-per-view sometimes. That said, the match quality's been very, very good and brief. Brevity is a wonderful thing at times. Okay, I'm enjoying a Kofi Kingston the floor is lava thing. That's a positive. I'm happy with that. Megan said, "This is why I sit with paper and pen writing everything down." Oh, you are dedicated. Moxie says another like 3 hours left. Nope, another 2.25 hours left. 2.25. Chelsea says, "Aren't we getting a Cardi B performance?" That was planned for a while, but by the sounds of it, she's not available at this point. Jermaine says, "I think it's 4 matches left." It's actually 6. There are 4 title matches and 2 non-title matches left to go. Who's Tiffany Haddish? Who's Tiffany Haddish? Is it Hadish? Is it Hadish? Damian Priest just celebrating being a champion now. Seems like he's fine at this point. Megan says, something else that came up that I found interesting. Damian Priest is undefeated in singles competition since his move to Raw. That's a pretty good stat to have. A pretty good stat to have. She's a comedian, writer, and actress. The comedy actress. I can tell by her tone that she's a comedian. Boogs is in the ring. Why is Boogs in the ring? I'm not complaining. Not complaining. Happy to see him. Just not sure why he's there. But hey, I'll happily watch everyone sing Nakamura's theme. Thrilled with the concept. The Boogs is over. A musical interlude. Are we just going to have a rock out to Nakamura's theme? Because I'm there for that. Brandon says, we need a Bad Bunny pre-celebration for Raw. That could be fun. That could be fun if he's available. Dylan says, hook it to my veins. And Chelsea saying they should have done Boogs versus Elias and a guitar off before they killed off the Elias character. It would have been fun. Elias is not an electric guy, though. The WWE had a lot of faith in Elias. A lot of faith. They really saw him as the future. I'd love to know what's changed. Can see a sign that says I'm a Sasha Banks guy. Nakamura's halfway down to the ring before we even see him. Pat McAfee's already going nuts, as you might expect. Boo's adding a bit of a shred in there. Nice. Yes, Chelsea, Logan Paul was on the show early. They showed him 3 times. He was booed all 3. Strongly as well. Like a very notable boos. Nakamura lost his crown on the way down. Bless. Jermaine says, can we be getting a rematch of Nakamura versus Apollo Intercontinental title match to make up for Sasha versus Bianca not happening? I doubt that. I really doubt that. There's a reason that match took place on SmackDown. They took it off the SummerSlam card. It also really doesn't make up for Sasha versus Bianca not happening. The only thing that would make up for that is a replacement like Becky. The crown did fly off. And Megan says, McAfee's on the table. There's a stadium of people sing along to Nakamura's theme. I love this. I do think this is all this needs to be. Just a little musical interlude, because why the hell not? Why the hell not? You did, Megan. You got very excited there. They're saying the next match is Bianca versus Sasha. Of course they paywall it. Of course they do. Of course they paywall it. Yeah, this is important news. Pay me or you'll never get it. Fuck off. Well, the match is next. So, whatever's happening, it needs to happen now. As I say, I do think if Becky returns, this will be the point. We spoke about Becky Lynch's planned return on Spoiler Warning yesterday. But let's see how this plays out. Because a lot of things could be about to happen. Of course, so they'll pay $4.99 or I'll wait 5 minutes. Yeah. Michael says the best part is that Ringside News posts their reports. Everyone does. Everyone does. Most of their actual viewership is just people waiting to write it to other sites. I'm not a paywall guy. I'm really not a paywall guy. The user says, I'm just hoping for Becky at this point. Me too. Me too. As I said earlier, I want some Irish blood. Chelsea, the channel points at the moment are currently turned off because I'm dual streaming. Because I'm streaming on YouTube and on Twitch, I've turned off channel points at the moment. They will eventually be returning. Once I've essentially left StreamYard behind, I've set up a new PC and I'll then be taking Streamlabs onto a dual stream. So I'll be taking Streamlabs Prime, and then I can stream from that to both sites, to YouTube and to Twitch. The issue is just making sure I have a PC that can do it first. And that, by the way, for anybody watching on Twitch, every donation, every bit, every sub, every gift sub, everything is going towards a new PC to stream from. Every penny spent by you is going towards creating a better streaming setup so that you guys get better streams from me. That is my promise to you. I've got my eye on a couple of possible PCs or a couple of possible laptops, just anything that can really do the job, that will then be paired up with the new Streamlabs Prime, so I can dual stream there and then essentially go from there. The user says, I'm just hoping for Becky at this point. Ethan Hill says hi on YouTube. Hi, Ethan. Oh. Kuro says 10.50 for the tag match. Nice. Brandon, thank you for the 50 bits. Very much appreciate that. Thank you. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. So giving, and we have gained a lot when it comes to hype trains recently as well. So huge thanks to you guys for the generosity. Chase Paw Patrol is also hoping for Becky. It's very telling that the champion is coming out first. That's not a good sign. Michael says, I really wanted Sasha to be champion, but now I just really want her healthy. Whatever the situation is, we're about to find out. Christoph says, just came back. Good tag team match. Mysterio and Usos always deliver. I'm getting too tired, though. It's even an hour late here in Germany. Everyone have a good watch along. See you soon. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Christoph, for joining us. Very glad to have you here, and we'll see you at some point soon, I'm sure. Jill says they got to stop playing this Cardi B song now. They usually have 2 or 3 songs for the pay-per-view. Just the one this time. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. I've shared every piece of news I have on this. I've shared every piece of news I've got on this. So at this point, let's see what's about to happen. Chase believes that Sasha Banks will win. We're waiting to see if Sasha Banks actually turns up. The rumor mill certainly says the match isn't going ahead. It is bordering on false advertising to take it this far if the match isn't happening. It's not happening. Who's the replacement? Oh. That is disappointing. This better be a squash. I was just thinking for the pop, to be honest with you, Brandon, to make sure that we're not disappointed. But yeah, we're disappointed now. The crowd do not know what to do with this. Hey, Andy, how are you, mate? How are you? Well, we're a bit deflated right now, to be honest with you, because we're expecting to see Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair. That's not what we've got. Kura says they've muted the crowd. Wow. Brian says, how can they hype it up so much and then have the announcer just say Sasha is unable to compete? They'll get away with it because they're always doing shit like this. I wonder if it's Mella, then Zelina, then Bianca says, I want more, and then it's Becky. Doubt it. I think they just want to get through this as quickly as possible and just pretend it never happened. Michael says, wonder if they'll go back to a match with Sasha or if that feud is over. Hard to tell. Really hard to tell. That is a strong boo. A very strong boo. Bianca seems to have has she got a microphone? Moxie says, I think Becky comes after the triple threat to make up for this. We'll have to wait and see. Can they get away with it? Of course, it's not like people are walking out. Yeah, they're not. They'll stick around for Roman as much as anything. They're kayfabing the boos and trying to say they're boos for Carmella. And it says, Sasha will somehow come in late. I think there may be a Becky return. Honestly, don't know. But they could have just completely fucked this up. I think they've just completely fucked this up. That's what I think is happening. Jill said, so predictable the commentators wouldn't talk about the crowd being pissed unless there's a big surprise coming. We'll see. Megan says, if I was Bianca, I would have just left before Carmella got to the ring. You're not alone. And King of Pro says, Sasha is out. Yep, apparently she is. This needs to be a complete squash. Like a complete squash. And he says that's what I'm leaning to as well. A big, big shame, really. Yeah, there's nothing good here. There she is. Told you. One of the biggest stars on the planet, they're calling her. Even Bianca's hyped for it. Right, let me just find... there it is. That'll definitely keep the crowd happy. A nice big pop for her. Kuro, you didn't say nothing, mate. You mentioned this previously, but I appreciate what you're saying. Becky Lynch has indeed returned. And she's in the ring, in wrestling gear. It's been so long since I've seen Becky. The man's back in Vegas. Love it. Love it. Maybe Brandon. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? I think basically they're just going to both beat up Carmella and then walk away, to be completely honest. That's what I see. I can't say that the pop rivals the CM Punk one. That's what they were hoping for. Bear with me one sec while I sneeze. I was trying to say there. So is this going to be a triple threat? What's it going to be? What's it going to be? There are some big screams happening. She does look a little different. Just a little different. She's squaring up to Bianca. I do suspect the plan was for Sasha Banks to win the title and then square up against Becky. He'll be right back. This is just going to be a bit of a beating. She's just walking around. It's a bit lackadaisical, to be honest. The new gear does look good. What I say? The new gear looked good. Okay, this just seems like a square up. I don't think there's a match about to happen here. All right, what do we got? Bailey says, pulling the ripcord on Becky in this match suggests Nikki is retaining. It does kind of, yeah. I suspected it would be a Charlotte Flair thing, but here we are. Nothing that could happen tonight will rival the Punk Pop. Oh, Punk Pop, that's a good phrase. Then we'll get a new champion tonight. I think we'll get several new champions. We already have. Andy says, don't think there could honestly be a pop that could have matched the Punk Pop. Again, with a Punk Pop. Punk Pop. Ethan Hill says, triple threat. I definitely don't see that happening now. Megan has had Bianca retaining. That's definitely not happening now. Christoph thinks it's a disappointment. The dishonesty. They do these things way too often. They do, but the WWE do try and give us more on top of what we had, which of course here we are. Just says Becky sounds nervous. It's been a while, mate. It's been a while. Let's not put too much pressure on the woman. Christoph says, where can I support you? Is there a PayPal maybe? Well, if I may, Christoph, the best way that you can support me, if we're talking finance, is to drop over to Twitch, where you can subscribe, give bits and the like to support the channel there. I've stuck the link into the YouTube for you. Okay. We seem to be having a wrestling match here. No, the user. If there's going to be a heel by the end of this, it'll be Bianca. Brandon says, so would I, having been out so long and having a baby. Very fair, very fair. And Megan says, I also had Charlotte winning the triple threat and Becky coming out after that. That's what I had. That's what I had. Does Carmella wander off to the back? She already has. She already has. And Ed says, oh, look, the fans are no longer chanting BS or booing. That was it. That's it. That's Becky's finisher. Right, let me explain a bit of this. WWE pulled the trigger on bringing Becky back a little early, as I've explained in the YouTube video previous. As such, the brief match and the quick title change is designed to protect her a little. I believe the plan would have been Banks beating Belair first. There we go. As good an explanation as we're going to get. So that's all I will share with Twitter at the moment. Becky is indeed on SmackDown. Should be relatively brief, but she is. Bayley says, who had a squash on their card? Who had a squash on their card? Not many of us. Certainly not that one. It's not called a manhandle slap. Oh, God. Gershwine says, I'm letting my dog out to pee. Will anything eclipse this? No, probably not, to be honest. This is probably the big moment, as it were. Ed says, that was absolutely awful. Belair just got buried. There's no arguing the fact that Belair just got buried. Brandon says, imagine Becky still goes after the Raw title tonight to become Becky 2 belts again. I don't see that happening, personally. Chase Paw Patrol is just hyped that it's happening. Dean says, I wonder what happened to Cesaro. They have nothing for him. That's what happened to Cesaro. Chelsea says, Becky won't be on Raw, I'm guessing. Not yet. And Andy says, I mean, this will start a feud now with Belair, but I'd feel so disheartened being Bianca. I don't necessarily think, I'm confident a feud's going to happen now, but I don't think a feud was going to happen. From what I can tell, good night, Kurt Swine. From what I can tell, the idea would have been Sasha beating Bianca, claiming the championship, and then having Becky walk out to challenge her. Then the feud going forwards is Banks and Becky. It looks like Bianca will fill the void left by Sasha Banks, and Sasha Banks will just be written out of the story entirely. Chelsea says, I hope Becky will be at the live show in the UK. Very possible. And Megan says, sucks that Bianca's reign had to end like that, but it does set up a rematch fairly easily. Nice little program to tide them over to the draft. That's basically what I see happening next as well. And so I didn't say buried. I just said it's an awful choice to do it like that. No, I said buried. Bianca has been buried there. I said that. Moxley says, what about Sasha? She's not currently available. That is true, Dean. It is indeed. Megan says, cage match time is 25 seconds. It's a bad moment for Bianca Belair. Jermaine says, do we see Sasha moving to Raw then? I don't know at this point with Sasha. There's a lot that could possibly be happening. Is Sasha injured or something? I don't know. I have no news as regards Sasha Banks at this point. I know that she wasn't planned to be at SmackDown last night. Was already not planned to be there. But yeah, we are where we are now. And he says, I really, really hope this hasn't just completely fucked Bianca's future plans up. A feud should start, as this just isn't fair, but we all know how they can just completely just throw Bianca down the pecking order. To be fair, with Sasha Banks out of the picture, Bianca Belair is likely to get more from this than she would have done previously. Dylan says, a Saudi ad after that? Yep, sucks. Also says, are they trying to drive everyone away immediately? They've just tried to pick what they think is their best moment. It's not, but it is what it is. Megan says, Saudi return confirmed for October. We expected much the same with that, yeah. Like I say, this is one of those things we've been talking about on the YouTube quite a lot, giving regular updates. Kura says, I already gave you guys news. Sasha is filming The Mandalorian Season 3. Right now? I know she was yesterday, but during SummerSlam? Awkward. Saudi Arabia has been announced. Yes, Ed says they can pull Bianca back from this. Brian did, but they have a lot of work ahead of them. I don't think this is necessarily a long-term problem, especially if we're going into a feud with Becky Lynch. It doesn't really matter what you do wrestling-wise. It matters who you do it with. Doing it with Becky Lynch, that's going to make you a star. And he says, very true, the lack of Sasha will have to just not show any optimism at all, as let's face it won't be a happy ending. We'll wait and see. Supersonic says, well, that was anticlimactic. Somewhere in the Vegas crowd, Asuka might be chanting Becky's name like crazy. Also, hello, Mr. Colahue. Always starting with Asuka, aren't you, mate? Always. I wouldn't say that was anticlimactic. If you're a Becky fan, you're thrilled right now. Kuro says Sasha is the main character in Season 3. Right, so they've upped the filming schedule. Gotcha. Chelsea saying what matches are left. Drew versus Jinder, Edge versus Rollins, the women's triple threat, and both world championship matches. Megan says, how much can they film for season 3? Pedro Pascal is still shooting the Last of Us series. It depends what they're doing and which individual characters are involved. Dean says, RK Bro wins. That was news over an hour ago, mate. It is indeed what happened. And Michael says, even if they're filming, they worked around her schedule in 2019. She both wrestled and filmed. I definitely have questions about that for SummerSlam. It's SummerSlam. They would have locked it in. Jada says, I find it hard to believe that she was promoting the match last week and then got called into an emergency filming of Mando. She isn't a regular cast member anyway, maybe 1 or 2 episodes. My guess, the plan was to bring Becky in and make it a freeway with Sasha and Bianca, and Sasha got her nose out of joint. If I'm going to be completely honest here, we spoke on YouTube previously about the idea of Becky Lynch returning for SummerSlam because Vince pushes a panic button. Now, we do know Sasha was not planned to be at SmackDown. I believe that is likely because of Mandalorian filming. And that was already planned. That was already planned. That's why we had Carmella and Zelina Vega involved previously. That's why they were there. When it comes to SummerSlam, however, I suspect a choice was made to go with Becky and to remove Banks from the picture because of that. Bailey said at some point WWE needs to say it's filming and not COVID. They don't, and they are unlikely to. Ravon Nuttall says, are you watching it? Yes, I am watching it right now. Kuro says Sasha wasn't a main character in 2019 when it was being filmed. Mandalorian wasn't planned to start until next, but got bumped. Next what? All right. Also, another plan all along wasn't for Sasha Banks to be off the show last night. Well, I'll wait and see for more information on that one. Dean says, I'm right now in the crowd while watching Mrs. Cole. You're not watching Mrs. Cole, I'll tell you that. Chelsea says, this guy acting like he's Roman Reigns. Next, what's that? Oh, hang on. Right, so you're saying Sasha wasn't a main character in 2019 when it was being filmed. Mandalorian wasn't planned to start until next week for filming, but got bumped. Okay. The user says, Becky's pop was not as big as CM Punk's, but I would say August has been the best year for wrestling this year. Been a damn good start. We've still got quite a bit of August to come after all, as well as the rest of this show. So I'll wait to see what happens there. Who is having a match? At the moment, no one. They're introducing people. What's going on with Sasha? She's not there. That's all we know at this point, but we'll be finding out more soon, I'm sure. And Moxie said, I'm shocked. We can sit here and we can try and work it out, but ultimately the news just isn't coming. We're going to have to wait and see what information comes out. Right, well, the hype's sort of worn down again and chilled out. No, Rayvon, I cannot show you. I am watching on the WWE Network. Mox says Sasha's return was for nothing and she was not even winning a title anytime soon. Well, we don't know why she's not there is the thing. There could be any number of reasons. And, sometimes you've got to abandon a storyline to look after someone. Who can tell? Wrestling Sport Review says a damn weird return too for Becky. I don't say weird necessarily. It's basically what you'd expect. Kuro says the Book of Boba Fett, the spin-off, was already finished filming early, so Mandalorian Season 3 got a head start on production. We'll need to confirm quite a bit of this, to be fair. Chelsea says they go to an ad break as soon as he's about to backflip, naturally. The user has given us a date for Extreme Rules. Okay. Jadeb says, I missed the match. Who did Becky pin? Well, it was only a one-on-one match between her and Bianca Belair. And yeah, she picked up the win by pinning Bianca Belair. Brian says, I just thought Finn isn't even on the card. He's not. Not even close. Megan's disagreeing with her. Kuro, according to Carl Weathers, Mando Season 3 starts filming in September. That's a pretty good source. Brock says, I wasn't a fan of WWE just pushing Sasha aside for Becky. WWE screwing Sasha like always. We don't know if that's what happened. We don't know if Becky was basically called back in because Sasha's not available. We don't know what happened. So let's not jump to conclusions. Who knows, Kuro? But it doesn't seem like it's accurate what you've been told. Moxie says Bianca's going to Raw 100%. I can definitely see that. That'd be fun. And he says, wait, who the fuck is Jimmy Smith? He's the lead announcer for Raw, mate. Lead announcer. J-Dub Backs also heard Mando wasn't starting until mid to late September. They're wrapping up Obi-Wan right now. Fair enough. Has he been around Raw commentary for a while? Yes, he has. Quite a while. Quite a few months now, but he sort of fades into the background. Do I think any more surprises tonight? I think if there were any more surprises that have happened before the return of Becky Lynch, I think that's basically the best surprise they could play. Like the biggest thing they could actually do, they've already done. Michael says Sasha will not be dropped to the bottom of the card. Yep, she won't be. It's Sasha Banks. Megan says, according to Weathers, they were also waiting for Obi-Wan series totally finished, which is consistent with what J-Dub has said earlier on as well. Baylor says if Mandalorian starts next month, they're writing her out of WWE early. It's very early. I'm still confident she would have been winning that match. Go for it, Andy. That's basically what we're all doing. Vega says someone doesn't watch Raw. It's a lot of us, to be fair. J-Dub says, unless Brock makes a visit, that would be a big surprise. That would definitely be a big surprise. I don't see it. And Brandon says, Obi-Wan has finished filming. The only Star Wars thing currently still being filmed is Andor. To be fair, Brandon would definitely have that information. So there was some confusion, but I think we've got to the bottom of it. I think we've comfortably gotten to the bottom of it. Oh, good to catch up. Good to catch up. Right. So we at least don't have a Punjabi prison match now. We have a one-on-one wrestling match between Drew and Jinder, which I kind of think Drew's going to win. Wrestling Sport Review says SummerSlam is not awesome tonight. I think it's been all right. You know, I think it's been all right, and they've got some good, high-quality matches coming. Moxley says, I think the next surprise is Big E to cash in on Bobby or Brock Lesnar beats down Roman or Bobby. I don't think there's any more surprises planned, to be completely honest. I think Becky Lynch was the one. Thank you, Ravon. Appreciate that. Brown says, I hope McIntyre wins, but I see Mahal picking up a cheap win. Certainly possible. I mean, you do, after all, have Veer and Shanky hovering in the background. Okay. The user says, 688 subscribers, Tom. Well done. Thank you, the user. Appreciate that. And Megan says, did they put a scabbard on the ring post to keep the sword handy? Possibly. I've been answering questions. I've not been able to check. But I'm sure the sword will come into the finish in some way, shape, or form. It's fairly standard. Ed just shouts, don't hinder the Jinder. Bless. No, Kuro, there's no stipulation. It's just a straight one-on-one match. Chase Paw Patrol thinks that Drew McIntyre is going to win. And Chelsea also says the SummerSlam card is lacking a tables match or something. That could, yeah, a stipulation match or just something that add a little bit more hype. Could have been fun. Capable commentator on the Goldberg. Got it. Kura says kind of disappointing. I wouldn't say so. I think the feud's going to keep going. I think this is one of the only feuds that's actually going to keep going. Wolf says, I know this isn't WWE related, but I'm excited for the Obi-Wan series. Well, to be fair, you can always just nerd out in here. We've got plenty of Star Wars fans after all, and you can always just have a bit of a nerd out. Kura says, I wanted to see a WWE sword fight. I mean, Bit too dangerous. Bit too dangerous. Ravon says this is Drew's time. Well, yeah, he's definitely on screen in the match right now. And I think when it comes to it being his time, I don't think he's going to be champion again for a while. So I definitely see this one being a long-term feud. Bailey says it could have been worse. Carmella could have won. It could always be worse. There could always be ways to be worse, but let's not. Better than the worst possible option isn't necessarily good. And Chelsea thinks this feud will go until Saudi for sure. I agree. Megan says, for one of the big four, I'm surprised by the lack of gimmick matches, but also glad because apart from career versus title on Goldberg versus Lashley, none of the matches really needed or warranted them. Sometimes it's nice just to have a clean and clear card, to not worry too much about stipulations and the like. Just to go for it. That's what I see personally. Cora says, danger is fun. I mean, as a general rule, that's true. And Chelsea says the upcoming Star Wars anime series looks insane. Not one I've seen much of. I think I've seen it advertised a little bit, but there's a lot of Star Wars stuff right now. The Mandalorian certainly got a lot of people talking. A lot of people talking. Raven says Drew needs to go for a new championship. I disagree. I think a little time out of the limelight will do him good. Sometimes that's all you need. Just a little time not in front of all of the spotlight. It's the right move. Yeah, I was going to call you out on that one, Megan, saying I will not shut up about how Goldberg versus Lashley should have been career versus title. But they want Goldberg to have more matches, so it won't be. This match looks like it's going to be short. It really does. He's going for the 3-2-1 thing again. That's a Claymore. And that's that. Clean and brief. Jinder took a beating. It looks like Drew might be waving his sword about again. They have literally put a little scabbard next to the ring post. Well, that might well be that then. The user says, can SummerSlam go past the time when it's supposed to finish? Yes, it's unlikely to do so, though. Megan says it was right there. Would have been insanely easy to do it. They want to keep Goldberg around. As JW is saying, Goldberg said on Raw he has 2 matches left on his deal. So it wouldn't be career ending, not yet. Michael is excited for the man versus the boss. I'm pretty sure that's what we were supposed to get. We just haven't actually got it. Clean win indeed. And JW says we're speeding through the matches now. We are. I don't think Becky Lynch was supposed to take that long. And I know it was a squash, but there was a whole section before that. I think they're considerably behind. Drew holds the sword up, and that's pretty much it. Megan says 4 minutes 38 for Drew versus Jinder. Not long at all. Next up is our women's triple threat match. Bailey says, did I miss a Nakamura match? There wasn't a Nakamura match. The Nakamura match happened 2 weeks ago on SmackDown. Moxie says, I'm happy Sasha didn't do the match because then she would have lost it a month later to Becky. Probably, yes. Right, we are setting up for the introduction for the triple threat. I'm going to take this opportunity to get a new drink, pop to the bathroom, have myself a brief break, and I'll be back in just about 2 minutes. I will see you all then. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. Nikki Cross has made her entrance. It looks like the champions come out first again, which is always annoying to me. Michael says, I'm sure a lot of fans will be pissed about Becky. Do you think this could be used to turn her heel? Pardon me. I personally think she needs to be a face. It is no longer possible to turn Becky Lynch heel. Brandon says, even if Becky was a heel, she's way too over. Yeah, it's not possible to make... Pardon me again. It's not possible to turn Becky Lynch heel at this point. It just isn't. So WWE can do whatever they want. They'll turn everybody else heel. And I think that's one of the reasons they didn't want a long match between Becky and Bianca, because ultimately, Bianca will end up turning heel. The user says WWE might have McIntyre versus Mahal in an Extreme Rules match next month to finish the feud. They might have a whole variety of matches, to be fair. You never can tell. Becky has John Cena complex. I don't see that. John Cena was a face because WWE wanted him to be. Becky Lynch is a face because the fans wanted her to be. Raven says at first people thought RK Bro was not going to last, but I thought it was. Okay, well, it has. Jacob says it's like when they tried to turn Austin heel, didn't work at all. Yet fans did not embrace it in any way, shape, or form. And Brandon says it would be like if they tried turning Punk heel during his AEW run. Yeah, some people are beyond heel. It just doesn't work. Right, okay, fair enough, Kuro. Get what you're saying now. Yeah, by all means. You're always welcome to bring your thoughts in here, Michael, as you know. Bailey says 3 talent levels. 1, face. 2, heel. 3, legend. To be fair, the third section also applies to a few people recently. Charlotte's been reaching that level. They've gone firm with heel, but she has reached that level. Finn Balor's another one. Doesn't matter whether he's face or heel. People are just interested. Chase thinks that Rhea Ripley is going to win this one. Raven says everyone is leaving WWE apart from all of the people on this card and, of course, in the company. So that's definitely not true. Did Rhea lose her pyro? I don't think she necessarily lost it. They just might not have had it today. And Moxie says, Tom, when Sasha didn't come, did you think it would be Becky? Yes. I've, in fact, said that at several points over the course of the stream as well. Dark Chaos, I think it's more of a joke. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Moxie believes that Charlotte is winning. Oh, it's a new robe. Even more regal. Megan says, my prediction for this is screwed. I had Charlotte winning purely on the basis that Becky was coming out after the match. Yeah, that didn't pay off. We still got Becky, just in a different capacity. It says, if Rhea wins, the 3-person poolside photo will be of all new champions. 3-person poolside photo? Did I miss a picture? Oh, right. No, I'm with you now. Yep. Okay. Because it was Priest, it was Riddle, and it was Rhea. Got it. It says Rhea, Riddle, and Priest were in that photo. Yeah. Charles Attire looking like WrestleMania 9? Who's attire at WrestleMania 9? Brandon is swearing that Brock is going to return, and Moxie is saying Becky would squash Charlotte. She wouldn't. She absolutely would not. She might beat her, but she wouldn't squash her. They've just reiterated the whole Charlotte is an 11-time champion thing, which is not accurate, but they're really sticking with it. Charlotte's wearing purple today. Always nice. Ravon believes that Ray and Dominic will be a good match. I think it will too. I don't think it'll happen again. It'll happen for a while, but certainly could be fun. That's a very fair comment. Flares and title counts. They are the biggest trophy hunters you're going to find in wrestling. All them flares. Moxie says, how did Bianca lose that slam? Well, that is Becky's finisher, so it's fairly standard. Megan says, okay, new prediction. Charlotte still wins, and we get Charlotte versus Becky at Survivor Series. That works. I don't think Becky will be at. I don't think Becky will be on SmackDown for that long. No, Moxie, the armbar is one of her finishes. She has multiple finishes. Multiple finishes are a thing. Look at Alexa Bliss. She had a top rope finisher, then she moved to something else. Yes, Rayvon. Becky Lynch did come back. Ethan says, why did Banks return then not compete tonight? She's not available tonight. We don't know the exact details. We just know that she's not available tonight. Brock Marcher says, screwing the black women for Becky. In what way here? I know that she's beaten Bianca Belair, but Becky's a fairly open opportunities as regards race. She's won matches, she's lost matches. Brandon says, I'm going for a Charlotte win here too. Moxie's saying, imagine Rhea versus Becky. It's going to happen, I'm sure. Michael says, not a good reception for Nikki. She has struggled to get a good reception from anyone. Chelsea says, Nikki's smiling with long teeth, definitely losing tonight. That'd be a shame. But I get what you're saying. And J-Dub says, does anyone think Nikki's going to retain? Honestly, kind of not. Kind of not. Visiv says, I don't know if WWE can write a good program for Becky from here. Charlotte's worth seeing. The others like the writing might wreck it. We'll see. I think we're going to get another Bianca Belair versus Becky Lynch match. That makes sense to me. Thank you, Brandon, for the 5 bits. Appreciate that. Every little helps, and every little is helping us grow as we speak. So thank you very kindly. Okay, so far so good. Rhea seems like she's going to be the fall guy quite a bit tonight. Just take a lot of the big moves. She's holding her knee, which has become a very standard affair when you're feuding with Charlotte. Moxie says, I think Shayna and Becky might continue their feud later on in 2022 with Shayna winning. Very possibly. There's a number of feuding opportunities available now. Moxie believes Rhea is taking the pin. We'll wait and see as to what happens there, but it's worth pointing out that Charlotte's finisher is not a pin. Although she also has multiple finishes, to be fair. She does, after all, have natural selection. Oh, that was just throwing someone into someone. It was uncouth, is what I'm saying. It was uncouth. What? Why? Bianca Belair's literally been made over the last year by the WWE, and Sasha Banks is very happy in the company. I don't know why he'd ask for your release. Megan says, scrolling through Twitter during the entrances, reaction to Becky's return, good. Reaction to her title win in under a minute, bad. Sounds about right. Basically what I expected. Moxie says, I think when Becky goes to Raw, Sasha gets a SmackDown championship. Yeah. Yeah. And everyone says, Drew versus Edge, a good match. Hasn't happened. And I don't necessarily think it'll be that exciting, to be completely honest. I don't think those two would gel well together in the ring. But that's just my personal opinion. That was a Viking Raider slam there. Michael says, like I said, Sasha is Sasha and she's not going to the bottom of the card. She's too big of a name and way too over. Very true. We've gotten to that really annoying part of a triple threat where everyone's hitting finishes and trying to roll people up. Good counter, okay. Nikki's getting a good reaction to some of her moves. Her entrance didn't work out for her, but some of her offense is working. Chelsea says, I feel like this will be match of the night. I'm still heavily leaning towards Roman Cena. It just naturally seems like it's going to be a good one. Of course, after this, there's only 3 matches left. Lashley versus Goldberg, we can safely assume is not going to last very long. Moxie says, when do you see Becky losing? I see her losing at WrestleMania 38. I have no idea, to be honest with you, Moxie. I only found out like 10 minutes ago that she was going to be winning the championship. Haven't really had time to formulate an opinion, to be honest. Michael says there'll be a lot of anti-Four Horsewomen fans of Twitter who are going to be pissed. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And there's going to be a lot of anti-Becky fans, to be completely honest. They do exist. Ethan says, Team Cena and Goldberg. You are insane. It's not happening. Megan says, I think the whole Becky-Bianca thing might end up being the biggest casualty of the we need to keep the show at this length. If there wasn't a strict time limit, we probably would have got a 5 to 7 minute match. Possibly. I think as much as anything, they're just trying to keep Becky from having to overexert herself when they're really not sure as to her level of ring fitness. Jill says, when was the last time Cena wrestled in front of a crowd, not at a house show? Every Raw and SmackDown since he returned, just in the dark segments. So it's like after the show. It's basically every single time he's been featured against some aspect of he and the Mysterios against Roman and the Usos. Some element of that. So he's been getting the ring rust sorted. Do we, Ravon? Do we? I don't think we do. They're still having a very high pace at this match, which is always a very good thing. Chelsea feels like Rhea is winning. It's really hard to say when it comes to a triple threat like this. It tends to go in phases. It's not until the very end that anyone starts to look like a winner. Brandon says, whatever happens here, I'm glad Nikki got a title reign. It's something. She can at least hang a hat on that. But oh, sluggish. But this character just doesn't do it for me. Okay. Bailey says, I think the crowd is angry now. Imagine if Goldberg won. To be fair, the crowd doesn't seem too angry. They seem pretty invested. Maybe Drew McIntyre set them right. But yeah, they would not be happy if Goldberg won. They got away with it in Saudi Arabia, a different audience. That's a nice drop kick. Okay, looks like aggressions are being renewed between Charlotte and Rhea. That's where the feud really is, as it were. Or at least that's how WWE sees things. Okay, they're clearly waiting for a top rope spot. There we go. Ugh. Sorry to hear that, Brock. Sorry to hear that. If the show's not for you, the show's not for you. There are definitely aspects that aren't for everyone. It was a surprise, to say the least. I didn't want Becky to come back and immediately win a championship, but we are where we are now. SmackDown doesn't need Becky Lynch. SmackDown's already got the big names. Raw needed her badly. Chelsea says the crowd not liking this. It doesn't seem that way. Crowd seem pretty happy with the whole situation. Seem like they're enjoying the match. They're even cheering Charlotte Flair. The user says, if they brought back Becky, anything is possible, such as Goldberg winning. Not true. There was a strong and coherent plan in place for Becky's return, which we've been talking about quite a lot in spoiler warning and the like. Megan says, if we're not counting house shows and dark matches, when it comes to John Cena, Oh, no, it's not John Cena. We're not talking house shows and dark matches. It was in a Universal title contender fatal four-way in January 2019 facing Corbin, McIntyre, and Balor. That's an interesting collection of people. A very interesting collection of people. Michael said it does make sense for Becky to be on SmackDown pre-draft for to be with Seth. Yep, and that's basically the plan. Rhea Ripley very nearly landing on her feet there. Brandon says, with a new face, they still need a major shake-up of the women's divisions. They do. Just adding Becky Lynch to a side of the card which is actually doing okay, it's not a great moment. Starting Becky as champion this quick probably means they have a program immediately in mind. Who is it? Bianca. It'll be Bianca Belair. I'm confident it was supposed to be Sasha, but Sasha is not available right now. So that means, surely, logically, it's going to be Becky and Bianca. Which is good for Bianca. She would have got a lot less... Oh, Nikki just got destroyed. She would have got a lot less airtime without this feud, is what I'm saying. Because if she'd have lost to Sasha Banks, and then Sasha Banks has Becky Lynch walk down and challenge her, Bianca Belair is basically off TV for several weeks. The speed at which Charlotte rotated here, incredible. Genuinely boots Nikki in the face, though. Yep, Para, we've chatted about this. Says I'm in a Discord chat at the same time as this. I don't know if you know, but right after this is a Manny Pacquiao boxing fight, right after this in Vegas. That's why things are being rushed. They have to be finished by 11 at the dot. Yep, we are fully aware of that. We are trying to keep track of it as best we can. Current, the show is actually supposedly, based on the WWE Network clock, supposed to be wrapping up before 11 by a half hour. Moxie says, Charlotte has been booked as a powerhouse here. She is a powerhouse. That makes perfect sense. Michael says, I was going to say this is probably the best for Bianca, assuming they have a longer feud. It will be. It'll be better than the original plan for sure. The user says, is just saying Vega versus Banks versus Miller versus Lynch versus Belair in a fatal five-way maybe. Or Becky Lynch versus Bianca Belair again, but for longer than a couple of seconds. Brandon says, Rhea has been holding her knee. That's not unusual with Rhea. She's essentially been selling her knee for the entire feud with Charlotte. And I like that she remembers that. I like that she remembers that Charlotte keeps going back to the knee. And in fact, Charlotte's about to go back to the knee again. Straight into the figure four. Bridging for the figure eight. Too early for the tap, I think. Where's Nikki? What the hell was that supposed to be? Like, genuinely, what the hell was that move supposed to be? Her boots are ripping open. Is that Nikki's finisher? Rhea stops it. Michael says, I really wanted a Becky Bayley feud, but with Bayley out, Bianca is another feud with Becky that I really wanted. And I think it's happening. It certainly looks like that's the next plan. Nikki Cross is still surviving here. She just lost an opportunity for Rhea. That may be the last we see of Rhea at this point. It's looking like it's coming down to Charlotte versus Nikki. The user says the three women in the ring are pretty much running the Raw Women's division. Yeah, nobody else has had any airtime for a long time. They've still got Alexa Bliss. They've got Eva Marie, but they're not at the top of the division. Not like Charlotte, Nikki, and Rhea. Oh, that's it, isn't it? Nikki's holding her knee. Charlotte's going to win this. Oh, Nikki's wriggling out. Charlotte's making room for her. That's it. Charlotte Flair regains that championship. Yeah, and that's basically the story of Nikki's entire championship reign. Almost. Not good, though. Not good. Almost good, not good. Charlotte Flair champion all over again. Well, feud over, reign over. Nikki Cross didn't quite make it. Well, that was my prediction. I kind of didn't want it to be true, but we are where we are. Brandon says, RIP that title reign. Yep, did not last. The user says, I'm surprised with that ending. I did not see Nikki Cross keeping hold of that championship for very long. Not at all. Chase says, I guess my prediction was wrong. It happens. It absolutely does happen. Michael says, I didn't like the gimmick at first, but when I found out it was Nikki's idea, I can appreciate her creativity. Unfortunately, fans just haven't embraced it. Moxie says, watch her lose it next month. I think Charlotte's probably going to keep hold of this one for a little while. Megan says, I will only be happy about this if it means they actually do something with the women's division. They won't, but I can have hope for a few minutes. The thing is, who's Charlotte going to face now? Like, genuinely, who is there that she can face? Logically, Bianca Belair moves to Raw, and that's the next big feud for Charlotte. Dan says Bianca asked to have a match against Becky in interviews. Becky gave her exactly that. If the story is Becky caught her off guard, all Becky has to say is careful what you wish for. They can make it work. They can kayfabe it. Yusuf says Becky and Charlotte looks like a move towards better women's matches. I don't necessarily think we've had bad women's matches, to be honest. I really don't. I think Bianca versus Sasha would have been a really good match. I think Rhea versus Charlotte has really delivered. Ravon, you're literally saying the exact same thing again and again and again, and it has no context. Just try and keep it on topic, yeah? 3 matches left. Just over an hour left to go through. Next up is Edge versus Seth Rollins. This has been a pretty good feud. Brandon says 4 titles change hands so far tonight already. Almost all of them. I think the only ones that have really been retained so far is the SmackDown Tag Team Championships. Yeah, a lot of changes. Moxie says, I see Sasha winning the SmackDown Championship in December. Why December? Do you mean like after Survivor Series? Chelsea says, what was the kickoff show match? It was Big E versus Baron Corbin. And Big E won and reclaimed his briefcase, which is always fun to see. Yeah, I think some of the results are going to upset people. Charlotte and Becky being the champions again. It's the 4 Horsewomen era has returned. And we've had a lot of 4 Horsewomen eras. I did, Chelsea. Glad to see he's doing well. Yeah. Megan said, this is why I made the prediction the way I did. Becky is the only person who is at Charlotte's level that won't need weeks of build-up to feel credible. Yeah, and there isn't really anyone left at this point. They've been building up Bianca Belair very well on SmackDown. They have not built up Rhea Ripley that well on Raw, and she's already had that feud. So who's left? Omega says, let's get Gangrel. To face Charlotte Flair? I'm not against it. Beasley said, lots of title changes may reveal the direction of the company after the many releases. I think it was always going to happen like this, to be completely honest. I think the only real change that's been brought by those releases is that I think we would have seen Bray Wyatt versus Finn Balor, but we are where we are. WWE didn't keep Dean because Dean chose to leave. Moxley says because Becky will be SmackDown champion in November and then the draft, then Charlotte is SmackDown champ, then Sasha beats Charlotte. Yeah, good work. Good work. Chelsea says, why are WWE filming this promo on a toaster? I really don't know. They've found an interesting way of doing things, and it's not a wonderful, wonderful way. Michael says it's not the Four Horsewomen's fault that they don't bother to build up any of us. I never said it was. I just said we were back to that era. The user says, do you see Seth turning to a face anytime soon? No, he's very happy with his current setup, and to be honest with you, so am I. I like this Seth. I think this is the ideal Seth, to be honest. Okay, they're just really focused on the bloodbath thing. Not sure what freaks are going to come out. Most of them have already left the company. Like, Christian would have been really good for this. He's not going to be there, but he would have been really good for it. Visif says, Seth is a great heel that can wrestle, but does it need to be campy? Well, no, but he's campy. So he's just being himself. You need to have nuance in characters, so I respect that. There's nothing wrong with camp. Michael says, I don't care all about the rest of the card. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm still excited for Roman Cena. Still kind of excited for this one as well. No idea what you're asking me there, Ravon. What's the next match going? I need a bit more from you there. Bailey says, the next 4 women below the 4 horsewomen, except Bianca, aren't going to be pushed anytime. Alexa, Asuka, Rhea. Who's the next group? It'd be Naomi, Shayna, and Nia. I think we kind of leave it there, to be honest. I think after that, it'll end up being Reginald again. All right, I want to get a good look at what Seth's wearing for obvious reasons. Oh, that's nice. That is a nice little bit of attire there. That is nice. Brock says, same old bullcrap with Charlotte, another pointless title run she doesn't need. Debatable. It depends what the end product is. Like, what's the future of Charlotte's championship reign? At the moment, it does look kind of pointless, but at the same time, I would say that the pointless thing in the end has been Nikki Cross's championship run. Gorilla says Matador Seth Rollins. Indeed, that's exactly what he's going for. Jacob says, hi, welcome, Jacob. Glad to see you. Welcome to the show. I still don't understand this whole concept of, oh, their careers have paralleled. I don't see that. I don't understand why we're being told that's a thing, because it's not the case. The Brood and the Shield, kind of different. Like, you know, just completely different. Seth looking intense. Really, I fucking shit out of that camera. Brown says, didn't think we'd see Seth showing his support for Los Matadores. Oh, good shout, good shout. Chel says, does this arena have a roof? Apparently, yes, but it's a skylight, so yes, you can see it now. Not long left of the show now. 3 big matches to close us out. 2 from SmackDown, 1 from Raw. This is our final non-title. Jacob says, did Brock Lesnar come back at SummerSlam? No, and I don't believe he's intending to. Shane says, Cena wins tonight. I do not believe he will. Visiv says, Shield wasn't Seth's earliest work in WWE. Brood is much more so. I think they mean they both take advantage of situations a lot. They are both opportunists, but that doesn't mean their careers have mirrored. I genuinely don't see a mirror here. There's some similarities, sure. There's some parallels, but they're not anywhere near as close as the commentary team are trying to make them out to be. Strong Edge chant going into Edge's arrival. Is he doing the proper Brood entrance? Because if so, that's going to be badass. They've got the smoke there. They've got the... Oh, he's doing the proper Brood entrance. I am there for that. This is pure nostalgia. They're not even trying. They're not even trying anymore. They're not even trying to say he's modern. They're just going for pure nostalgia. I'm good, thank you, Jacob. My throat is a bit raspy and I'm struggling a little bit. But SummerSlam, for me at least, has been quite fun. The user says Edge's new theme is an old theme. It's Gangrel's theme from 1998. Brood Edge. Andy's loving the Brood theme. Jacob says, I can't quite put my finger on why I don't like Seth Rollins. He has tons of talent and has great matches. I always liked him in Ring of Honor. But as soon as he became WWE-fied, I lost interest. I'm sorry to hear that. Honestly, I'm a big Seth Rollins fan. I'm a Seth Rollins guy. I think a large part of that being that he main evented the pay-per-view that I came back at. Yes, Chelsea. 1998, as I say. Yeah, the entrance was pretty good. I especially like that they did go with both. They did the whole thing. It was essentially that's Edge from beginning to end because he started with the Brood. He was very briefly Adam Copeland. He worked with Sable at SummerSlam 1998 as a tag team partner. That was an experience. And then after that, in came Gangrel, in came Christian, and just like that, they had a vampire coven. Jacob, could you try again with that question? I do not quite understand what you're saying. Chelsea says, what an entrance, highlight of the night. It's a solid entrance, and it doesn't take that much to make it happen either. That's not exactly a high-budget entrance. And Megatron says, Seth has always been my favourite. I get that. I respect it. I do think AJ Styles is the actual best in the world, but Seth's my guy. Jacob says, I'm a huge mark for the Brood entrance. Always loved that group. They could have been so much more. Ultimately, they didn't really do much in their time. They didn't do all that much. They were in the corporate ministry, then they weren't in the corporate ministry, and then that's basically it. And he says, now I would have loved if they'd done the whole Brood theme and he'd done the Gangrel spot on the steps, drink the blood and spit it out. That would have been unreal. I also would have enjoyed that. However, we're living in COVID times. Ain't gonna be no spitting, I'll tell you that. I think he probably wanted to do it. I would have wanted to do it. What's wrong with Seth's arm? Like, seriously, what happened to Seth's arm? Megan says, did a bit of digging. Since Edge came back, his shortest pay-per-view match was 21 minutes and 41 seconds. Will this be shorter or longer? It needs to be shorter. It absolutely 100% needs to be shorter. It's also Edge, so chances are it's going to be longer. And he says, oh shit, yeah, didn't even know how COVID didn't even cross my mind with that there. Yeah, it's one of those things. Jacob's asking who is winning, Roman or John Cena. I think Roman Reigns will win. And he says, how long is actually left of the show? Well, they've laid out basically 58 minutes. However, it's WWE, it's their own network. They can go over if they choose to. And I do think Roman versus Cena is going to be a full half-hour long match. Or at least it's going to feel like that. They also naturally have to do the entrances for Goldberg, which will be longer than the actual match. This is already a time-killing exercise, and I don't like that. Yep, turns out I'm a bit hungry. Yes, Jacob, Becky Lynch did come back. The user says, just a WWE Championship and Universal Championship match next, right? Yes, that is accurate. Megan is confident that Goldberg won't go over 5 minutes. I agree with you, but the entrance will still take a lot of time. Jennifer says Roman's entrance is going to take an hour. He's just start making his way down now. That would be quite funny. Chelsea with basically the same thing. Goldberg should start walking out now so they keep to schedule. Yeah. Was Seth just going for a pedigree? Possibly. It's Seth. He does have that move in his repertoire. Andy says Rollins always been a king with his attire at big pay-per-views, so the Matador one is splendid. I'm really enjoying it. It's rare that you have an actual man in WWE who makes the effort with his attire, certainly compared to the women. So it's nice to see someone who at least cares. Seth tried to sell a knee before the knee arrived there. That was awkward. Jacob, I have no idea when Brock is coming back. If you want more information, I do have some videos on the subject. We'll have an update on Brock tomorrow. But at the moment, I cannot say for certain when Brock Lesnar is returning. We're playing count out a lot now, and I don't like it when that happens. I just feel like it's pure time killing. Kevin Owens went through a phase of just constantly playing count out. It was infuriating. Andy says, usually it is just an out there color change for a pay-per-view, so always has something else to look forward to with Seth attire at these pay-per-views. I really enjoyed his White Walker one. That was very good. Omegatron just shouting Tegan Knox. Just shouting it. Love it. And Megan says, I know it's unlikely, but I saw Seth's arm wrapped up and instantly thought, oh, does he have a new tattoo? But that's probably just my brain wanting me to get a new one. Possibly. Who knows at this point? He seems to be working fine through it, although he did just squash his wrist a little bit and he doesn't seem happy about that. But who can tell? Jacob, Punk's not coming back to the WWE. He's with AEW. You've just said this yourself, and you know that. Lisa says speeding along the Becky match and slowing this one is suspicious. I wouldn't necessarily say suspicious. I think it was intentional to have Becky Lynch beating Bianca Belair. They didn't do it to save time. I think it was intentional to do so that Becky didn't have to work too hard on her first return. Wrestling Sport Review says Triple H is a huge work to change WWE in the future. Triple H will never be in charge of WWE, and any changes that he makes will lower the viewership of WWE because he'll appeal to hardcore viewers rather than casual viewers. Triple H, I don't feel will ever be in charge of WWE. Chelsea says, me, every time Ed takes bumps to his neck. Yep, it's a nerve-wracking moment. And he says, Tom, I haven't checked my YouTube all day. I was wondering if you've uploaded anything to do with CM Punk's return yesterday at all. I did actually upload something today, 6 p.m. UK time, which you can check out if you would like. Just a little bit of detail about him and about AJ Mendez as well. Oh. Edge matches are really slow. They're really slow. I can't sit here and pretend I get excited by an Edge match. I just don't. It's just a lot of laying around. And that is not Seth's style. Edge versus someone like Adam Cole would just be ridiculous. With the speed of Adam Cole. It doesn't work. Cool, thank you, Andy, if in fact you're still awake at that point. The Wrestling Sports Review says NXT is not bad. I wish new talents start. I don't understand the second part of that Wrestling Sport Review. Bailey says, according to one Las Vegas site, there's problems in stadium, no Wi-Fi, and the concessions are down, and there are plumbing issues. This is the first major customer event in the pandemic. Yeah, that does not sound like fun. Certainly when you say plumbing issues, that's nervous. That's nerve-wracking, I should say. Edge matches would be good on 1.5 playback speed. Yes, they would. That's a good shout. Maybe one day WWE will give us that, much like YouTube did. I watch a lot of videos on 1.5, going to be completely honest with you. Moxie says, Tom, if Cena and Reigns, Bobby versus Goldberg, and Seth versus Edge is so good, are you going to watch it tomorrow? I'm watching it right now. Why would I watch it tomorrow? I'm watching it right now. It is on my TV screen right now. And he says, I will be napped hard today. Was supposed to be working, but our whole system took a dive. Then got to lunchtime, was told, go home, won't be fixed anytime soon. Plus, it's the weekend, sleeping patterns out the window. No, I get that. I'm very happy SummerSlam is on a Saturday today, this year, because it means I don't have to worry about waking up too early. I can chill out. I can have a good long nap tomorrow. Are there just 2 matches after this? Yes, the WWE Championship and then the Universal Championship will close the show. Moxie, I don't rewatch wrestling. I don't have enough time. Once I've seen a wrestling match, I've seen a wrestling match. To be completely honest, I'm not really here for the wrestling. I'm here for the character. I'm here for the storytelling. The actual wrestling is the most boring part for me. Larry says, giving away free food and drink and plumbing issues is a really bad mix. It is, isn't it? Well, they're the concessions now. Maybe they're not feeding people or watering them. I don't see anybody eating or drinking out there. That's not good. Megan says, I know this might not interest everyone, but Kim Belaskic has been killing it with her photos on Twitter. The one she just posted of Ed. She's always been reliably providing great photos. Wherever Mercedes Martinez, Vanessa Bourne, NXT Superstars release going to the wrestling, I don't know. It's far too soon to know. Andy says they just need to be on a Saturday permanently. I mean, let's face it. Overseas viewers would increase significantly. Literally, the only reason I don't watch pay-per-views is due to work commitments on Mondays. I do agree with you there, but I don't think they really care that much about overseas viewers. I don't know why, but it is what it is. Bailey says, more on the story. The bathrooms are down too. Yay. And Wolf Gamer says, this restaurant in Vegas posted a picture of Sasha on their Twitter at the place, so it's weird that she wasn't at the show. She seems fine too. Oh, well. A restaurant posted it. Was it today, though? Was the picture taken today? That's the question we have to ask. If it was a picture from like a week ago, it's a very different situation. Yesterday. Okay. Well, that would certainly raise some questions. I mean, if she was booked for SmackDown, she certainly wouldn't have been in a restaurant in Vegas. Wrestling Spoilery says Impact female division is better than the WWE female division. Disagree. It used to be. It certainly used to be. And then it got better. Jacob says, Tom, what is your fave WWE? WWE is my favorite WWE. Of all the WWEs, I would say that WWE is my personal favorite WWE. Moxie says, Tom, I have to give you credit. You said like 2 months ago that Becky was on SmackDown. Yeah, it's not a scoop, you know? As I say, as you say, I should say, when it comes to Becky Lynch, yeah, it's very clear what the intention was. And the information got out there, so I shared that information. When it comes to that, I know that other people have tried to make it a scoop, but it's only a scoop if you ignore everyone else saying it, which you will find that certain people try and make you ignore everyone else saying it so that they have the scoop. I'm very familiar with that, as many of you will know. And the Armo tweet is timed at 8 p.m. last night. Right, okay, so it will be very interesting if she was there in Vegas and not at SmackDown. Now, I did say on the watch party yesterday that I believe she was in Vegas. But we are where we are here. Jacob, watch the show, mate. By the end of the next hour, you'll know for certain. Wrestling Sports Review also says Deonna Purrazzo is better than Charlotte. Don't agree with that at all. Deonna Purrazzo is fantastic. Charlotte's once in a generation. Michael says there was a video of Nikki in the background and you can hear Sasha scream, "Let's go, she's there." Funny. It's almost like she wasn't supposed to be on SmackDown. Brandon says, my sources have told me that Alberto Del Rio is set to return tonight, giving everyone cross-arm breakers to compensate for no Ryback. And that is right. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. Also not. Wolfgamer says she was there with Bayley and Kalisto. So she was ahead in Vegas doing ambassadorial work. Winds me up sometimes. It really does. If she was booked for SmackDown, surely should have been at SmackDown. Instead, she was still at Vegas. Nice superplex. Into the Falcon Arrow. He's never beaten anyone with this, so... Pace is starting to get up. The match as well is definitely going about as long as an Edge match usually does. Edge on the top rope is not something I'm used to. There are reasons for that. Michael Cole keeps trying to say, oh, it's all the offense on the back of the neck. It's not, but he keeps trying to say it. Michael says, my guess is that either Sasha has a minor injury or will be filming. She's looked completely fine in interviews this past week and as recently as 2 days ago. Yep, she's been doing a lot of interviews as well. We've been seeing plenty of her. The next match, Jacob, is a WWE Championship match between Bobby Lashley and Goldberg. When's the last time we saw a glam slam from a guy? That was nice. I like that. I like it. I very much like it. This match is picking up very nicely, but it is starting to enter the whole big move, near full sleep system. Jacob says Lashley and Goldberg is going to be a quick match. I agree. I definitely agree. I think this match goes maybe another 5 minutes at most. We wrap up the hour with Lashley Goldberg being maybe 5 minutes in total. And then we finish off with a half-hour Roman versus Cena match, most of which will admittedly be Roman's entrance. As we all know, Roman is a little self-indulgent of late. A Pez dispenser? Because it's calmed down a little bit, I can actually hear Pat McAfee now, and he's saying some weird stuff. To be clear, my prediction here is for Edge to take the win. He needs it. He's had a rough time recently. Spear through. Seth's holding the back of his head. Hopefully he's fine. Jacob, I'm a Triple H fan. Triple H has always been my favourite. People hate me when I say it, but it is true. Brandon says, Goldberg is going to get squashed by Lashley. Mark my words. I am marking your words. I don't think it's going to be a squash. I think it's going to be brief. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be back and forth. And then Lashley's just going to finish him off. That's what I think personally. Oh, apparently the LED board is broken because someone gets hit into it. That happens all the time and it never breaks. Match continues. We've got to be approaching that 20-minute mark now. I like that both of them are wearing black and red, but they're wearing inverted black and red. I very much like that. Yes, Jacob. I'm literally wearing a Batman t-shirt. Literally wearing it. Right here. Right there. See, it's right here. And he says, now Edge hitting the Big E spear spot is definitely something I'd not expected to see. To be fair, it does... Oh, I love it when he does that. I knew that move was coming. It does hark back to when he speared Mick Foley through the table on fire. Edge's signature is a spear. He's also got an impaler DDT as well. Brandon says pedigree in midair. Yep, that's a Seth Rollins staple. He usually only uses it on Roman. Thinking back to like Money in the Bank 2016. That was a big move for him at the time. Got a really big response back then as well. Not many other people do spears. Edge was the perfect candidate for it. I knew it was coming. I just didn't know when. This looks like the beginning of the end for Seth. He's going to make a mistake here. Spear is Edge's finisher. When you're talking signature, I don't really play WWE games, so I wasn't particularly familiar with them, but there's an impaler DDT and a downward spiral. Seth kicks out of the spear. Didn't expect that one. CM Punk, the user, definitely got a bigger pop last night. Megan says Goldberg hasn't wrestled over 5 minutes with the exception of the train wreck against The Undertaker since 2004. No way he's going longer than that tonight. Yeah, I definitely don't think he's going longer than that. And we're all in agreement there. There is a "this is awesome" chant. This has definitely won the crowd back over. I think he was going for an unprettier there. There's got to be something involving the stomp. There's got to be. We haven't had enough focus on that yet. That's basically the basis of their feud. Looks like the time is coming. You can hear the tension in the crowd when they're teasing this. Go for a sharpshooter? Oh, he apparently has his own submission. I'm not familiar with this one. I have no recollection of this submission move. I'm guessing this was a mid-Cena feud. Is he going for a crippler? He's gone for a crippler crossface. Always awkward whenever I see it. Always awkward. This has got to come down to a spear. I can't see Seth tapping out. He's getting his face bounced off the mat. Edge needs the win more, Boy Scar. No question. Seth can take this easy. That's a tap. Fair enough. And they specifically said winner by submission. That's storyline tap. Standard. That's a delay for you. I did not expect him to tap. Very pleasantly surprised by that. So yeah, that looks like that match went about 20 minutes. Yeah, Bailey saying good camera work there at the end. I think that's fair. It's rare that we give WWE credit for their camera work. That was okay. Usually it's just a lot of jump cuts, which are we've literally got them right now. It's not technically a sharpshooter, Omega. It is slightly modified and inverted. The user says, who's next for Rollins? Don't know. Probably a move to Raw. And probably a feud with Drew McIntyre or someone like that. That's what I reckon is going to happen next for him. Megan says 21-15, so a tiny bit shorter than his previous record. Edge has broken a record tonight. It's his own record, and it's about basically wrestling for too long. But hey, it's a new record. That tap is going to be replayed a lot. Expected Edge to win. Definitely didn't expect the tap, but you know what? I'll take it. That's Seth doing the favors and doing them proper. Oof. Okay, guys, this seems like the ideal time for me to have one final bathroom break. Yes, the user, 11 more, and it's 700, which will be absolutely incredible. Don't know when the WWE draft is. Near the end of September, beginning of October, I believe. Right, I'm going to take one last bathroom break before the final two matches and before the final half hour of the show. I'll be right back. Please do not go anywhere, and I will see you in just a moment. Hello again, everyone. I just had a big coughing fit while trying to pee. That was an experience. Right, 2 matches left. Oh, and it looks like we've got something involving The Miz happening. Or is this just a sponsorship spot? Already promoting Money in the Bank next year. Right, fair enough. Getting ahead of the curve there, aren't they? Bailey says WWE shop still selling Sasha vs. Bianca t-shirts. Will ship August 23rd. It shows how close we were to getting the match, and then it didn't happen. Mark says everyone on Instagram is saying Becky's win was racist. Some people will say that. Some people are of that opinion. We should explore that possibility. I don't personally see it that way, but I'm not exactly equipped to have that discussion. Okay, so John Morrison and The Miz are in the ring. This is a time killer. It's not necessarily the time killer we need right now. This is definitely going past half 4. You're right, Megan. It's too dry. That's the problem. It's too dry. You say dry bronies. Oh. I feel more and more sick the more he says things. Ugh. This is going to be a sponsor thing, isn't it? To be fair, the user, I've seen a lot of wrestlers for a lot of cake and a lot of people. I mean, who got Kevin Owens? Still a major question. This is childish. I'm not sure Boys Car. I don't want them to split up. I think they work better as a duo. I've clicked the wrong thing. I think they work better as a duo. Oh, it's a New Day. Jada says, I heard from MJF's cousin's best friend, so we know it's legit. That Cena and Goldberg are unable to compete. Becky's going to fight both Roman and Lashley for the titles, and probably win, to be fair. Yeah, this is 100% a sponsored spot. And not a good one. But hey, Xavier Woods is here. That's all I really care about. It's literally an advertisement for water. This is not good. Dripsticks 2000 available now at WWE.com. Jesus Christ. They patented the dripstick. Cannot have it. You didn't recognize Woods? I don't know that voice anyway. I've watched way too many of his videos. Yeah, Nightbot. Fuck off. Fuck off, Nightbot. Control yourself. The Miz is another one who just doesn't like wearing socks. Literally every second that this segment takes is a second off Roman versus Cena. Okay, so he's gone full Scott Hall. I'm guessing Kofi then is going full Kevin Nash. This is not a great moment for anyone involved. Seriously though, where is Kofi? It's not the same as a beer bath, is it? Or indeed the milk bath. It's a water gun in the middle of like the second biggest wrestling show in the WWE. John Morrison's found a way to be shirtless, which I respect. Shirtless and wet. That's pretty good. I'll take that. No Kofi. Just Xavier Woods, no Kofi. Interesting. Jacob just says, so dumb. Chelsea showing us his face throughout the whole segment. It wasn't great. I mean, John Morrison looked great, but the segment wasn't great. Okay, well, it's over at least. Get what you're saying there, Megan saying, I love Xavier Woods. I did not love that. Jada was saying maybe Kofi is hanging with Sasha. Ethan is saying good game for Becky. Not sure where you're going for there. And Omega just saying that was odd. Which I think is a very diplomatic way of saying it. That was odd. And it's over now. They're in fact advertising the Raiders. Every time we go to the commentary team, there's a couple of guys behind the table who just start beating the crap out of each other. It is Lashley versus Goldberg time, which means hype package, which will be longer than the match. Is Roman Cena going to be a squash? Like, it's not impossible, is it? That Roman just destroys John Cena. And says, Tom, is the booking for TakeOver going to make more sense? Well, yeah, the booking for TakeOver is basically based on who's getting called up, so we kind of know the answer to most of it already. Hopefully it'll be fun. Hopefully it'll be different. It's all I want, really. It's all I want. It'll be a very different show to this. Much longer matches, less of them, and it'll be over and done with within like 2 hours. It'll be great. It'll be great. For anyone who does want to watch TakeOver tomorrow, you can watch it with us right here on this channel. We'll be starting a half hour before the show starts, so basically as the pre-show starts, and it'll be myself and our very own Ed Fries to keep you company through that. Megan says, I'll not be happy if Goldberg wins. Not even a Big E cash-in afterwards would make me happy. Nope, I'm the same. I'm absolutely the same. I do not want Goldberg to be winning. I'd be very surprised if he did win. And honestly, I don't think this feud deserves any actual time further than it's already had. If there's going to be a cash-in, they don't need to have Lashley lose to Goldberg to do it. They can just have the cash-in and have it be a triple threat. It's not difficult. All the focus is about the kid as usual. That's so threatening. I'm going to beat up your dad, kid. So threatening. It is 4 or 5. That is correct, Ethan. I'm also from England. Jadab says, why would it need to be a triple threat? If Big E cashed in during the match, then it would be a triple threat. Same as when Seth cashed in with Roman and Brock. Manga says, I have no problem with Goldberg being around. I just have an issue with him being in the title picture every time and usually winning. Am I going to do prediction? My prediction is that Goldberg loses. That's my prediction. And Jadab says, couldn't Big E cash in after Lashley beats Goldberg? He could. He could very much do that. But I think, ideally, the way they want to play this is by having, if there's going to be a cash-in, and I don't think there's going to be a cash-in, they would try and make it so that nobody loses per se and everyone's protected. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be a cash-in. I think Lashley is going to beat Goldberg, and that's that. I think this is going to play out very similarly to Drew McIntyre versus Goldberg from the Royal Rumble. And it's very standard now. And I don't mind it when it's very standard. I don't want it to change. I was about to ask the exact same thing, Megan. The champion, once again, coming out first. It's not a good thing. Jadab says, next time we see Goldberg is for whatever random match he ends up in at Crown Jewel. That's basically what I expect, yeah. I don't see any reason to deviate from that pattern. Not much of a response for Bobby Lashley. People really aren't sure whether to cheer or boo the guy. I think he's popular. I think he's very popular and very close to being a face at this point just because he's a very good champion. MVP's keeping him heel. He's done well at that, but it might not last forever. Megan says inconsistent in the same show. Earlier on, the Usos and AJ Omos both entered last. It's also annoying as all hell. Yeah. I think basically what they're doing is picking the bigger name. Now, it depends how you view Randy Orton and AJ Styles, but I think they're just trying to get the pop at the end before the match starts. Goldberg will get the pop. I'm interested to see how a pay-per-view crowd reacts to Goldberg. I don't necessarily think it's going to be too welcoming. But hey, we're about to find out. Also, to be fair, the storyline's just not been very good. The idea of making it about family, I get that. I get what they're going for. I just think the delivery is not particularly good. Bobby Lashley's not that easy to dislike, especially at the moment. Meanwhile, Goldberg is just sort of, he pops up, walks into a championship. It's infuriating. The WWE wanted spear versus spear. Well, they've got it again. It's just with a different person spearing. I can't really hear any response to Goldberg. The chant's there, but it's not strong. A large part of this might be down to the amount of people wearing masks. It's not always easy to hear someone through a mask, to be fair. They've got the backstage security. They're doing the whole thing. He hasn't headbutted any doors on the way out. That's good. No headbutting. Chase Paw Patrol says Bobby Lashley will retain, and I do agree that that is the most likely outcome here. I just think it's a clean win for Lashley. No questions asked. And all of that security will eventually be wrestling in NXT by the end of the year, I'm sure. Jacob says, dude is jacked for 54 years old, and you are absolutely correct. He's maintained an incredibly impressive physique. That was always his main selling point, and he's kept it as he needed to. He doesn't get pyro anymore, it's just a bit of smoke. In fact, he gets no pyro whatsoever. And he's not happy about it. I think he wants to do the kick again. He wants his pyro. But the people are just too close. Why is he literally just standing there? He just waited. Ed says Goldberg versus Riker would be awesome. Just saying. Ah, yes, for the America Fuck Yeah Championship. Brandon said it was so weird him doing the punches and kicks without the pyro. Yeah, it's I think that's why he hung around in the hope that maybe he has to do it again. The pyro would activate. I think he missed the pyro more than anyone else did. Combined ages of these guys, 100, says Megan. That says it all. We also, to be fair, then have to say about Bobby Lashley, he's maintained a very impressive physique for his age. Boys Carl says, I want Big E to cash in on Lashley at one point and for him to win. I think that's the next champion. The next WWE champion from where I'm sitting will be Big E. And I think that's right. I think that's how it should be. Chelsea says they haven't really had pyro tonight. Don't think they can do it in the stadium. There's been some pyro, but it's been very limited. And I do think it is stadium related. Goldberg says, I hear from MJF's cousin's best friend that it'll be Goldberg versus Reggie at Crown Jewel. Oh, Reggie's in trouble. But then again, so's Goldberg. Megan says, Lashley just turned 45. Goldberg will be 55 in a couple of months. Less between them than I thought. I knew Lashley was in 40s, but I thought he was early 40s. Lashley getting a lot of love from the audience. The crowd popping hard for him. MVP's also a few weeks away from 48 as well. So this is a very much an older crowd in this particular match. We're here saying Goldberg's too old, but here's Lashley doing the same thing. I wonder how Lashley feels now about how that brief time when he worked for Donald Trump. Do you reckon he's still proud of that? Chelsea quite rightly saying Lashley just doesn't age. He doesn't. He's looked like that since he was 26. And that's genuine as well. He has looked like that since he was 26. He just used to wear a headband over his skull. Okay, we have a lockup. We have a long lockup. Goldberg likes his long lockups. Little push. Shoulder barge. This is not going to be that exciting. Right, looks like Goldberg's about to get his offense in. He's doing more than just a spear and a jackhammer. Nice. That's the world's strongest slam. Brandon says Goldberg turned into Cena with his shoulder barge, and that is a Cena shoulder barge. I would have enjoyed that. That would have been funny. Lashley went for the boot, but Goldberg had already gone past him. I think this match is going past 5 minutes, by the by. Mostly because it's a lot of mugging about. Lashley's starting to get back into this. Crowd are behind him. Crowd are firmly behind him. Lashley looks like he's going for a jackhammer. That's not going to work out for you. He thinks Lashley might be about to take a jackhammer. Nearly, not quite. I think Goldberg hurt his knee in that landing as well. And that was genuine. Is it just two massive guys smashing into each other? Boys says fans don't like Goldberg right now. I don't think they've liked Goldberg in a very long time, to be fair. Not since the Brock Lesnar days. Late rotation from Lashley. Very late rotation from Lashley. Incoming spear. Lot of boos. MVP's pulled him out. MVP says no. MVP's about to get battered. Brandon says, since when did Lashley go up to the top rope? Since it's storyline? Pardon me, since it's storyline convenient. You remember the old flying nothing? Everybody's got one. The user says, I can't wait for the draft because we can see some great feuds. It's about time for a shake-up, to be honest. We need some changes. Chelsea says, holy fucking shit, bad landing. It was not good, was it? Oh, it looked very awkward. Literally don't think I've seen that before. That's where we are. Moxie says they keep saying Kofi. They do keep saying Kofi. We're talking about the intensity of Lashley. That makes sense. Goldberg has genuinely hurt his knee. Oh. That wasn't a chop block. That was a spear to the knee. Oh, he did use a cane. Goldberg's reaction to that was so slow. I didn't think it even happened. That's a lovely spinebuster. So Lashley's had to cheat to beat Goldberg. Boys Car says Goldberg can't do a jackhammer like he used to. He really can't. He can't lift people up. Chelsea says Goldberg's reaction was so late to the knee. It was. He waited so long. Goldberg's been cut open. He's bleeding again, as usual. Megatron says classic Goldberg didn't sell that hit to the knee at all. Yep. Nothing. He is bleeding. Just a little bit, but it's there. I'm sick of the match already. Jay says, I've lost all respect for Goldberg after he called Roman Reigns a coward because he didn't show up to WrestleMania last year. And I think that's very fair. I mean, that is a very fair comment. Such a slow reaction. Very true. Sold the wrong knee. I think he's actually hurt his knee is the issue. So they'll be working a knee, but I don't think that's actually the knee he's hurt. This is all about the knee. Working that body part. Ring psychology. Boys Card says this is a long match for Goldberg. It is. It's a genuine wrestling match. It's not just meat against meat. Jay says it's boring. Bailey says Goldberg said he had 2 matches left on his deal. Had to guess another payday in Saudi Arabia will be one of them. I think they might both be Saudi Arabia, to be honest. Don't forget they do 2 Saudi Arabia shows a year when there isn't a global pandemic on. Lashley's in a dominant position now. He's not letting it go. And he said Goldberg hit his head after selling that chop block and he's bleeding. The man bleeds so easy. I've never seen someone sneeze and immediately just start bleeding, but I think that's what we're getting. The user says worst match on the card. Still Becky Lynch versus Bianca Belair. It was one wrestling move. We have to give this better than that, surely. Just spear the guy. Just spear the guy and get it over with. Bailey's opinion is Alexa versus Eva. I almost forgot that happened. How dare you remind me? I almost forgot. They've stopped the match. They have stopped the match. By the looks of it, Lashley might still beat the crap out of him. MVP's just thrown a chair into the ring. Lashley's not done. He's putting Goldberg out for a while. Boys Carl says, how is this match before the main event? It's boring. It's WWE Championship, mate. WWE Championship. Brian is saying fucking lame. The user says might probably be a Hurt Lock end. In the end, it wasn't. Chelsea says that can't be real. Wiggly says that was crap. And Brandon says that was worse than Becky versus Bianca, honestly. Well, maybe the after-match antics will help. Lashley just very gently tapping Goldberg with a chair. Are they now going to try and find Goldberg's kid? Because that would just be awkward and nobody will enjoy it. I don't think the fans really are into this. I expected they would be, but here we are. Megan says still should have been career versus title. Hopefully the rematch will be. Hopefully. They still want to do Goldberg versus Roman. It's still on the agenda, as it were. Just, Wiggly says, was Goldberg legit injured during the match? I suspected so, but the fact that there's an after-match beatdown suggests that maybe not. His initial sell was pretty good. Everything that happened afterwards, not so much. People are trying to get a thank you Bobby chant going. Meanwhile, there's Goldberg's kid. This is making Lashley a face. That has made Lashley more of a face. MVP trying to stop him, control his man. MVP has something to say? That's just a pure laugh. Brandon says, oh, his son jumps in. That made it exciting. A little bit better. I think he missed his mark a little. Jel said, love it. Everyone cheering Bobby. Everyone's happy about this whole situation. Meanwhile, Goldberg's kid is just getting sweat all over him. Like this is a Shane McMahon moment. He's just covered in sweat. And now he's choking his son. He's choking his son. Brandon says that dragged SummerSlam down a lot for me. His kid is not selling. His kid's not selling at all. Yeah, that wasn't really a match per se. That is what happened. Ugh. Boys Car also says Bobby face turn. Jada was expecting a rematch. Brandon is blaming the McMahons, as always, after all the sweat, the tears, the sweat, and the sweat. And Chelsea says, was Goldberg and his kid supposed to be the face? They were. They were supposed to be the good guys. The kid was introduced to basically help Goldberg stay a good guy. Yeah, it didn't happen. Didn't happen. Wiggly wants Asuka, which is great and all, but I don't think should have been much help to Goldberg. Megan says that was garbage and 7 minutes 10 long as well. A new record for Goldberg. Ed says Lashley cheered for choking a kid. Yep, that's where we are now. J-Dub just shouts Cesaro because Cesaro was briefly on TV. Where is he? They've got nothing for him. Got nothing for him. And Moxie says 100% rematch. Seems that way. That'll be Saudi Arabia for certain. And Brandon said, I told you, Tom, Ryback would have made that so much better. Nah. Not letting you have that one. The Extreme Rules commercial has a lot of Finn Balor in it, doesn't it? Any ideas for Riddle's surprise? Is it a surprise from Riddle? News to me. Only second time since he came back, he's wrestled over 5 minutes. Both matches were terrible. Do they still do TLC? Yes, they do. And Jacob says, how on God's green earth do you not have something for Cesaro? Because they have something for Nakamura instead. And they have something for Bianca Belair instead. And they have something for the Mysterios, Dominic and Ray instead. And they have something for the Street Profits and Chad Gable and Otis instead. And they have something for Finn Balor instead. It's there's only so much time on a show. Moxie says, this is a show where Biggie cashes in on Bobby and Goldberg. Well, it clearly isn't, because they're not even there anymore. So yeah, Cesaro, unfortunately, he's just not considered anywhere near as big as the rest of them. If Edge wasn't there, Cesaro would be featured a hell of a lot more, but we are where we are. Okay, so if we're going by what the WWE Network says will be the length of SummerSlam, the show will be over before the match starts. To be fair, they did get rid of Reggie. Jimmy Uso, different thing. That removes the opportunity for the Mysterios as well. Megan says, well, we're at 4:30 and the hype package has just started. Wouldn't be surprised if this went past 5 a.m. now. It's going to be a half-hour match. We know that. And that's after he actually gets down to the ring. Brandon says, I've actually got Cena for this. I think there will be a major twist somewhere, though. Roman any day. At no point am I questioning even the possibility that this is going to be Roman's day. This is a man taking his crown. One great, glorious moment, one huge achievement, and just taking what he wants. That's what we've got here, and that's what will be happening. Moxie says Roman isn't leaving WWE, and that's true. Chase says Roman Reigns will retain. Bailey says if this was a Monday morning pay-per-view, Tom would be in a world of hurt. Why? Why? Why would I be in a world of hurt? What would be hurting me on a Monday? Other than, not sleeping properly. Which is already a struggle, and you guys know that. Tired? Yeah, I'm very tired. I am very tired. I mean, we're approaching 5 a.m. I'm going to be having a very long nap tomorrow. I might just try and sleep for like 16 hours in a row. Why not? Why not? This is a very long hype package. The user says Reigns and Lashley's championship runs will probably go on for a bit longer. Yep, definitely. I mean, they're still champions, so I definitely see that happening. Brandon says I see Cena winning, but dropping it more or less straight back to Roman again before Cena goes back to filming. I definitely don't see that. I think that's just a waste of a title reign. Moxie says I see Big E cashing in at Extreme Rules. As always happens with the briefcase, there will be a collection of people who are of the opinion that every single show, it's a cash-in. No, this one's 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 a cash-in. Take your time and stick with it. Megan says Cena's not winning this. No way. And I agree with Megan on that one. Cena's here to put over Roman. That's the only reason he's here. So far, there's been, other than one roll-up, there's been no physical interaction at all. I don't think it's so much devil's advocate. I'm just very surprised that anyone has got Cena on this, honestly. The storyline, for me, doesn't suggest that Cena has any chance of winning. Cena does not belong on Roman Reigns' SmackDown. He doesn't. What's next for Roman? He's about to wrestle John Cena. So that's next. Megan says Cena will put over Roman, try and be gracious in his exit for Roman to beat him up to reinforce the fact he's an evil git. Yeah, that'd work. That'd definitely work. I can see that. That's exactly what I think is going to happen. That last line just seems so tacked on. Champion comes out last for this one. Now, will Cena get a mixed reaction again? Because so far he's only got positives. Jadeb says, genuine question, not trying to be a smartass. Does anyone else think that Chris Jericho looks like he's under the influence of something during most of his matches lately? His eyes are always glassy and bloodshot. Just curious if anyone else sees that genuinely concerned for him. I have no idea what you mean for that. I haven't watched enough of Jericho's matches lately, and I would not want to speculate as regards it. Moxie says, I'm surprised Roman didn't tap out. Why would he tap out? He's not losing, so... Megan says, now we have the champion coming out last. Yep, well, it's Roman, isn't it? Roman is the top guy. The user says Rollins might feud with Reigns and get drafted to SmackDown. Well, they're both on SmackDown already. But Rollins won't be doing that. He just lost to Edge, remember? Becky says, okay, not going to lie, I kind of like that Cena shirt. I can't remember the name of the feather outfit. But it's a very nice play on Mario, and I like that. There for the nerds. Which, considering he's in Suicide Squad, he's there for the nerds. Ric Flair name drop. That's a cool icon. I like what he's done with that. He's borrowed from the right place. Jesus Christ, he got so much hair. John Cena's proper old now, isn't he? He's growing old gracefully. He's heading into Silver Fox territory, and I don't like it. Cena says, bring him out. He's coming. Don't worry. Dean put his graphics on Tron and 8-bit. I need to see Xavier Woods' reaction to this. We deserve that. I imagine Woods loved it, to be honest. I'm not like, not in the way that Xavier Woods loves Batista's theme, but still loves it, you know? Is this seen as new attire or a mix of his wardrobe? It's new attire. He has a new shirt every time he comes back for a match, and this is a cool one. The 3D effect now has rain. I want to say rain. And a very wrinkly crotch. Like, really problematically wrinkly crotch. Oh, the family are there. Roman is heading down with backup. I genuinely wonder sometimes why Paul Heyman's still with the group. But then he'll cut a promo on SmackDown and I'm like, that's why he's still with the group. I don't know enough about 3D to say how they model it, but basically it's just a 3D model that they create and just apply on a filter on top of the screen. Fairly standard stuff. Cena's shouting, he's ranting and raving, but it doesn't matter. It's all about Roman Reigns now. Brandon says, oh, I wonder why the Usos are out here. You say that. I imagine you said it just before this happened, when it looks like the Usos might not be out here. I think Roman's telling them to stay behind. Right call. Roman wants to do it himself. And to be fair, he can. He's proven that. He's a heel that wins without cheating. Now, admittedly, he has done a lot of cheating. But he's usually a heel that wins without cheating. He just has absolute confidence that this is his place now. SmackDown is his show. WWE is his. And it is. There's absolutely no questioning it. It is. WWE is the Roman Reigns show. What WWE believed they had, what Vince McMahon believed he had in Roman Reigns, now here he is. It's taken this long to get there, but now here he is. But his car says 1 hour entrance. To be fair, by the time the match actually starts, we'll only have maybe 20 minutes. If the Usos come back out to help Roman win, that would be so lame. It would be. It absolutely would be. And Bailey says, from Twitter, Roman about to make this entrance 40 minutes long. I could walk to the arena, and by the time I get there, he still won't be done. Yep, sounds about right. Boxing starts in 20 minutes. So let's see how long they actually give this match. And will it go over? There's an anyone but you Roman sign. Oh, it's been so long. A lot of Fiend love today. Lot of Fiend love. That's a good start. 10 Hall of Famers. He's already beaten Cena, Pat. Watch the show, mate. Watch the show. I don't know why there's a gold glove, but I'm very happy about the gold glove. I don't know why, but I like it. He's barely even looking at John Cena. Put it this way, if Roman does win, then he's getting an F5 soon after. Well, Roman is going to win, and I don't necessarily think he's going to get F5'd. I think John Cena's just going to walk away because he's not going to be able to beat the guy. There is a big fight feel here. Crowd are behind it. Boys Car says the Roman entrance took longer than Goldberg and Bobby's match. About right. Not a surprise. Roman's basically taken over The Undertaker in the entrance length. Someone's got to do it. Just casually walking very, very slowly down to the ring. It's all you need. It's all you need. John Cena's wearing jorts. He really doesn't change, does he? He's been the same guy the whole time. He's wearing jorts. Brandon says this is going to be very interesting. I do agree. Even being confident as to the finish, there's a lot at play here. And we're off. Fans sound into it, but that might be piped in audio. It's hard to tell. They're having fun with each other. Roman will have fun for a little while. Then he'll stop. John Cena will acknowledge Roman Reigns tonight. Do we have a duel in chant? Certainly we got a lot of attention. After all that hype up, we start with a side headlock. Just what we all wanted, a side headlock. Pardon me. Megan says last time Reigns and Cena went one-on-one in 2017. It was 22 minutes and 5 seconds. I think this will match that. About amount of time, that makes sense, yeah. Taking us very neatly up to the end of the show and the end of the hour. John's whole story is all about this 1, 2, 3. He needs near falls. And when he gets them, he's going to play up to it. He's trying to play the role of plucky underdog. It's not very Cena, but it is very Roman to be the guy on top. And that's not a missionary position joke. At least I hope not. Jada says Cena was too tired after waiting 90 minutes for Roman to get to the ring to do anything other than a side headlock. Sounds about right. Side headlocks are hard, mate. Roman's having fun again. He's taking the piss. They're trying to start a Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks chant. It's not being too successful. Brandon says, imagine after all this if Reigns gets Cena with a roll-up. I would hate it. I'd also kind of love it. Still wants acknowledging. Wants more people to recognize. Much like D'Lo Brown, he thinks he better recognize. He thinks. I'm already bored of the whole roll-up thing. Thank you, Roman. Boys Car says there's going to be a lot of roll-ups by Cena. There are. There really is. I'm glad Roman agrees with me and just got sick of them. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing attack, just an elbow in the face, but I'll take it. Roman talking to the crowd, which I like. We talked about Sheamus doing this earlier. It's the same thing for Roman. Just keeping the energy high by taunting. We're getting the standard opening to a Roman Reigns match. Just taking every opportunity to taunt. The user says, are the Usos banned from ringside? They're not, but Roman has asked them to go back. They're not banned. They can come down to ringside if they choose to, but I doubt the referee would allow it at this point. Roman has asked them to go back, and I think Roman will respect that. Honor that, I should say. He'll honor that. Boys Car says this might be a squash match. It's too late already for it to be a squash match. We're already enough into it that we can't call this a squash no matter what happens. Roman will fight from the top for a while. Cena will have a couple of comebacks. It'll be fairly standard fare until we get to the finish. Honestly, when it comes to the actual production of the match, I don't think we'll see anything special here. I think it'll be very standard for what the two men deliver. Yeah, J-Dub, the Cena squash match was Cena versus Brock. That was a squash to end all squashes. Very well received. I very much enjoyed it. That, of course, was all about Roman as well. The idea was, of course, that Brock Lesnar would beat the streak of The Undertaker, would squash John Cena, and then lose to Roman Reigns one-on-one. In the end, didn't happen because the fans decided they did not want that. Large part of it, a podcast with CM Punk in which he said all about Roman. You've got to keep Roman looking strong. That did not endear the fans to Roman Reigns. They knew the big Royal Rumble win was coming, and they did not like it. If this Cena won the Rumble, I think they'd probably like it. Roman just standing tall, just having a great time. He's having fun. The referee threatening Roman is hilarious. Get back in the ring. I'll count you out, Roman. I swear to God, I'll count you out. You won't, though. It's Roman Reigns. You try it. You see how it goes. You see what happens if you try and count out Roman Reigns. Small group in the crowd trying to get a Roman sucks going. We've got people holding up head of the table pages and still going, boo. You're literally acknowledging him as we speak. Boys Carl says Cena's been talking so much smack, does he get the shit beaten out of him? Yep, pretty much. Jacob says, why the hell is he not counting them out? Is this a no DQ? It's not a no DQ. I think he's just scared of Roman, which I can kind of get. Cena with a roll up. The user says, do you think people from the top of the arena can see the actual ring good? No, but I think they can see the big TVs. Essentially, if you're in the top row of seats, there's no point even being there. You might as well just watch on TV at home. That's all you're doing when you're in the arena anyway. Cena trying to pull Roman's pants down. Try harder, John. He's not trying harder. So they're playing an extreme level of underdog right now. It is very similar to the match with Daniel Bryan. Daniel Bryan taking tiny moments trying to turn it into a 1-2-3, but Roman just too powerful for him. Same thing we're seeing with John Cena right now. He's apologized, no Hollywood. That was lovely. I enjoyed that. The Rock used to engage with the cameras. He used to pretend to be a cameraman. It's lovely. Boys Car says Cena doesn't have it in him to AA Roman. He will eventually. He will eventually. There will definitely be an AA on Roman. There's no question of that. It looks like we will be going over the hour as well. We've barely started in the match today. There's a lot of heat. I can hear the crowd, but I can't see much energy in the crowd. I think Roman's essentially just taken the energy away from him. Another attempted roll-up. It's not very exciting. It's just not very exciting. I know we're supposed to be thinking, oh, everyone could be the one, but none of us believe that John Cena is going to win, apart from Brandon. Jacob says, crowd looks and sounds like they don't give a shit. It's been a long show, to be fair. And it's been a while. They're out of practice. Bailey says they've definitely turned down the lighting in the crowd in the last two matches. I literally just saw that as well. It's actually quite visible. Trying to hide the crowd a little bit. Cena's a squatter. He won't particularly worry about Roman there. This may be where the AA comes in. He's in a good position for it. Paul Heyman looks very pretty in his little Sasha flowers. Bless him. Yeah, a lot of laying down at the moment. We're still early in the match. I'd like to see a little bit more energy. There we go. John Cena beginning of a comeback. Won't be the last. The user says, I don't know if this is the right word, but John Cena is very good at working being hit by a DDT. I get what you're saying. He's a good sell. There are certain moves people are just very good at selling. The Miz, for example, is fantastic at selling a DDT. Incoming 5 moves of doom. Crowd aren't entirely behind this one. Cena's very sweaty, considering how early we are in the match. Oh, guillotine. That was silly from Cena. Wolf says, not sure if it's selling or an actual injury, but a fan at the show posted a video where Goldberg needed to be helped to the back by 3 refs. Yeah, it's I definitely think he actually hurt his knee. I don't think it was a knee he was supposed to hurt. It's a Charlotte Twitter photo channeling her in a Thanos. Interesting. I'll have to check that out after the show. Cena's second comeback incoming. Nice bit of crowd engagement there as well. A full-throated punch to the hair. He should hit the AA. But that'll be an easy kick out. Everybody kicks out of the AA. It's her in her gear, and the caption is, I am inevitable. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I mean, she is. Another championship reign. Her last one only lasted like 1 day. And how long this one will last. Okay, from here on, we should be up in the pace. Roman's in a submission move now. Moving his hair so he can do a facial sell. Jacob says Heyman has the best reactions. And he does. He adds so much to just by being ringside going. It's good stuff. I think they're calling this in the ring, actually. Just seen Cena whispering away, picking out the next few moves. I think they're calling this in the ring. That was a nice use of the drive-by. Someone 7 says, I'm not really into this match. The WWE style main events, from where I'm sitting, are rarely that exciting. Roman matches are good, but they're textbook. It's a Brock Lesnar match. He has Brock Lesnar booking. So there are times when it's genuinely not that exciting, but it will be in the last 10 minutes or so I'll usually stick with it. But we're definitely about to go over into the boxing, as it were. Oh, AA through the announce table. We're getting serious now. A very excited Pat McAfee. I don't know how many times I've said this, but I'm going to say it one more time. Watch the eyes. Roman was watching the entire count because he knew when he needed to kick out, and he just wanted to make sure it was right. My favorite Roman match since he became champion was the Royal Rumble match against Kevin Owens when it was last man standing, primarily because he ran over Kevin Owens with a golf buggy. And that was just hilarious to me because it came from out of nowhere and you can't hear them coming because it's a tiny little golf buggy. Literally that one moment. That's my favorite thing about Roman. Chelsea says, yeah, the eyes ruin it. I apologize if anyone didn't know that for pointing it out to them. It is one of the tricks you learn. Even Cena does it, but he kicks out a lot earlier. Brandon says flashbacks to when he broke his neck against Batista with that counter move. I didn't know he broke his neck doing that. Ed says Hell in a Cell again. Jay was amazing too, by the way. The Hell in a Cell I Quit, yeah. That was such good storytelling. I don't think the storytelling is that good at the moment. But I suppose with Cena only being here temporarily, you can't really be that good. You just got to do the best you can with what you got. It's looking like this will be our last comeback from Cena. Roll up again. I'm done with the roll ups. I'm done with the roll ups now. Still solid fare so far. Nothing so far has made me think, oh, Cena might win this. I mean, that's the key factor from where I'm sitting. Roman's trying to end it. A little bit too early, Roman. Don't go for the finish just yet. He will try and, roll you up in that deadly way that he does. Oh, big guy runs into ring post cliche. Drink. Our boy Scar Roman is not in the main event of pay-per-views whenever there is someone bigger than Roman to be in the main event of pay-per-views, which is why there's very rarely a time when Roman Reigns is not in the main event of a pay-per-view. If we had Brock versus Bobby, that would be the main event, but we don't have that. We had Goldberg instead. Avalanche, eh? And that's a no. Very reminiscent of AJ Styles versus John Cena, and I think now we're heading into the finish. Brandon says, how many more AA variations is he going to kick out of? As many as it takes. In the initial match between the two of them at No Mercy, I believe Roman kicked out of 4 AAs, one of which was an avalanche just like that. John Cena didn't kick out of any spears. Who is having a match? Roman Reigns. It's the main event, mate. The user says the IC title hasn't been in the past 4 pay-per-views, but hopefully the next. Fingers crossed. It was at this pay-per-view, it just wasn't in a match. Chelsea says that was just amazing. It was a very impressive spectacle. And Megan says 5 in the morning. And we are at 5 in the morning. There is a Cena chant at 5 in the morning. Chelsea says McDonald's breakfast just opened. Do not tempt me. That is genuinely tempting to me. I could get something ordered. I could do something. I could work it out. Oh, John, don't do that. Don't be that guy. Roman, just spear him. Just spear him. Just trading punches at this point. All right, guys, I really need to pee. I'm going to be as quick as I can. I'll be back in just a second. Don't go. I fucking know I was going to miss it. I was holding on thinking it's so close to the end. It is so close to the end. I'll just hold on. Nope. Missed the finish. Brock Lesnar. Oh, Brock's back. With his little beard. He's got his little beard. That's a big cheer as well. WWE did a good job on this one. So, SmackDown, which was already the A show, gains Becky Lynch and Brock Lesnar. Heyman has no idea what to do with himself. Brock's coming in as an underdog for the first time in forever. He looks very different, but in a good way. I guess Finn Balor's not getting the opportunity. This is a very different Roman than a very different Brock, but this is the rivalry. It's always been the rivalry. There's an F5 incoming. You can see it. Fun fact, Brock and Roman are actually very close friends. Genuinely have a lot of respect for each other. John Cena's just vanished. Remember John Cena? Remember that guy? Roman's just walking away. Yeah, it's not a huge surprise to the user, but it's still a good surprise. That's a good shout, Chelsea. A big pop for Brock Lesnar. He's a good guy here. I dare say the WWE has reacted to the arrival of CM Punk. Everybody, it is 10 past 5 in the morning. 10 past 5 in the morning. I gotta be honest. That's too early. That is way, way too early. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed right now. Nothing fancy. I just need to get me to sleep. Please do tune in tomorrow for our NXT TakeOver watch party, which will be hosted by myself. My guest will be our very own Ed Fries. My voice seems to be clearing up. But I do want to say a massive thank you to everyone who has joined me today. We've been talking about Brock. We've been talking about Becky. We've been sharing as much news as we can. And we have watched a pretty good SummerSlam. A pretty good SummerSlam. If I look at the numbers for the evening, then I was aiming to hit 800 across both Twitch and YouTube. On YouTube alone, we've hit 857 views. 857. We've hit a new record for subscribership, and we are fastly on our way to 700 subscribers, which is pretty good in a pretty quick amount of time. Thank you very much for the bits, Brandon. Do appreciate that. To wrap us up, a lot of people saying bye, a lot of people saying good night. Fair enough, Brandon. Appreciate that. Always as dedicated as ever with all you do. Never stop grinding, says Andy. Thank you very much for that. So when, Ed, are they going live now? They have literally just gone live. Okay, let's send them a raid. Let's send them a raid. As soon as they pop up, we'll raid Love Wrestling. As soon as they pop up, because they popped up from YouTube, but they haven't necessarily popped up from Twitch. Just went live. Okay, there they are. Okay. So / raid our fellows at Love Wrestling. We're going to head on over there if you're currently watching on Twitch. And we're going to go say hi. They will be able to break down the show for you in hopefully what is a very entertaining process. Hopefully. But in the meantime, please do stick around. If you're watching on YouTube, then I wish you all the best. I hope you have a great time. If you're watching on Twitch, please do stick around for the raid when it does go live. In the meantime, I've been Tom Collihew. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Thank you very much for watching the show with me, for your generosity, for your friendship, and for the fun, as always. Thank you, and good night.